Through our focus on education and healthcare, the GHEF Foundation aims to help improve the lives of people in Southeast Asia and beyond. We design and deliver sustainable capacity building programs, support and fund research, and share knowledge through our events and publications. Higher Education in Southeast Asia and Beyond, or HESB, is one of our flagship publications, featuring opinions and commentaries from experts on important and contemporary topics in higher education.
As a result of my doctoral research on higher education, I've always felt that there was a need for a publication that focused on higher education in the region, one that would discuss the latest policies and developments, and two, serve as a platform for sharing best ideas and best practices. And when I joined the GHEF Foundation in 2015, I thought, how can the foundation help a new generation of scholars who are building up higher education systems in their own countries? HESB is the answer to that question.
Over the last 9 issues, HESB has covered
Through our focus on education and healthcare, the GHEF Foundation aims to help improve the lives of people in Southeast Asia and beyond. We design and deliver sustainable capacity building programs, support and fund research, and share knowledge through our events and publications. Higher Education in Southeast Asia and Beyond, or HESB, is one of our flagship publications, featuring opinions and commentaries from experts on important and contemporary topics in higher education.
As a result of my doctoral research on higher education, I've always felt that there was a need for a publication that focused on higher education in the region, one that would discuss the latest policies and developments, and two, serve as a platform for sharing best ideas and best practices. And when I joined the GHEF Foundation in 2015, I thought, how can the foundation help a new generation of scholars who are building up higher education systems in their own countries? HESB is the answer to that question.
Over the last 9 issues, HESB has covered some of today's most pressing issues in higher education, such as internationalization, massification, sustainability, and student mobility. Understanding the important role HESB plays in facilitating the sharing of ideas, the GHEF Foundation, in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic, published a special issue in 2020. This special issue featured insights from university leaders on how they were navigating the crisis, while others shared their perspectives on the reforms needed to make higher education more relevant and resilient. Today, we are proud to announce the launch of our commemorative 10th issue. We have invited leading researchers and policymakers to comment on the trajectory of higher education in each of the 11 Southeast Asian countries. You will also find the latest available data such as gross enrollment rates, the amount of higher education spending, and the number of foreign students, which would be a useful reference for specialists and the public alike.
As HESB moves into the future, we want it to continue to being the platform for leading thinkers to share their opinions, thoughts, and experiences which will benefit higher education institutions in the region as they become better at what they do.
We invite you to explore the illuminating and thought-provoking articles in our HESB issues. They're available for free on our website.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall begin in 5 minutes' time at 10:30 a.m. Malaysian time. Thank you. I repeat, we shall begin in 5 minutes' time at 10:30 a.m. Malaysian time. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good morning to the Honorable Yang Berbahagia Datuk Professor Dr. Husaini bin Omar, Director General of Higher Education, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, our keynote speaker, distinguished Professor Datuk Raja Rasia, respected professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the second day of the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021 with the theme Disruptive Era Higher Education at the Crossroads.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce Professor Datuk Dr. Morshidi Sirat, Honorary Professor of University Science Malaysia, who will moderate our keynote presentation of the day. Professor Datuk Dr. Morshidi was a former professor and founding director of the Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility at University Science Malaysia. He was also the former Director General of Higher Education, Registrar General for Private Institutes of Higher Education Malaysia, the former Vice Chancellor of University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS, and had served as the Director of IPPTN from April 2002 until January of 2011. Since 2015, and with the launch of Sustainable Development Goals (SDG), Professor Dr. Morshidi has undertaken several studies in Malaysia and abroad on SDG 4 quality education. In 2017 and 2018, he coordinated a study on doctoral education in Commonwealth Africa and a study on funding for higher education in Commonwealth South Pacific countries. So please welcome Professor Dr. Morshidi Sirat.
Assalamualaikum. A very good morning, a very good afternoon, a very good evening, depending on where you are watching these presentations, this Global Higher Education Forum. Let me introduce to you our distinguished speaker, distinguished Professor Dato' Raja Rasia. He is a distinguished Professor of Economics at the Asia-Europe Institute, University of Malaya. He obtained his doctorate in economics from Cambridge University in 1992 and was a Rajawali Fellow at the Ash Center for Innovation and Democratic Governance, Harvard University in 2014. Among his external positions include Professional Fellow position at UNU Merit, Technology Management and Center for Development at Oxford University, Center for Rising Powers, Cambridge University, Muhammad Ali Jinnah University, and University Tenaga Nasional. He is also a fellow of the Academy of Science Malaysia, member of the Advisory Board of Research Projects at the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia and Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI, Malaysia. He served as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Administration at University Malaya in 2009 to 2010 and 2013 to 2014. He was also one of the principal authors of UNIDO's 29 flagship report and one of the editors of the 2015 UNESCO Science Report and contributors to the UNESCO Science Report in 2021. He is the 2014 recipient of the Celso Portado Prize from the World Academy of Sciences for advancing the frontiers of social science thought. In light of his scholastic contribution, Malaysia's Ministry of Higher Education conferred him the award of Distinguished Professor in Economics in 2017. He was awarded the Medical Prize for Scholastic Excellence in 2018 and conferred the title Datuk Paduka Mahkota Perak in 2019. Today, Professor Raja Rasia will speak to us on the title Disruptive and Unprecedented Times Toward Economic and Financial Sustainability of Higher Education. Without much further ado, let us listen to Professor Raja Rasia. I've given him enough time for him to deliver his presentation material. There's good set of material, important, very interesting material. So I'm giving him enough time to cover all the topics that he is going to present. And I'll come back later to say a few words together with the Q&A session. So sit back and listen to his presentation. So over to you, Professor Dato' Raja Rasia.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato' Morshidi Sirat. And thank you to the organizers too for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. I shall now try to share screen. I hope my screen is visible. Let me organize the, okay, this is the screen. And the title given to me is Disruptive and Unprecedented Times Towards Economic and Financial Sustainability of Higher Education. While the focus now has largely been on concerns about the pandemic that we are facing, which is ravaging the world, and concerns about whether we will manage to sustain student enrollment as well as their maturing into graduates. I think we should also address the fundamentals of what higher education meant for in a philosophical sense. So I'll try to address both of them. And at the same time, in as much as we focus on the changing times, which was already happening, although not at such a pace before the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic struck, but it was already happening because of enormous changes in technology. Now, my key points will be a focus on higher education promotion across selected countries. I'll give as examples. The only reason I chose a few simply because you can't actually figure out when you have too many dots in a scatter plot. Higher education expenditure trends of countries by developmental stages. Higher education enrollment trends of countries by development stages. These are also there so that you can have a picture of that. Rising digitalization and increasing proliferation of IR 4.0 technologies into education. In doing so, we will also address the element of being humans being social beings rather than economic beings, which is part of the reason why there is a trend rise in mental health problems as we try to become more and more impersonal with the proliferation of new technologies. Early reactions. This was already happening in the return of some of the companies simply trying to circumvent, avoid China because of trade friction between these countries. It already started with Michelle Obama, except that Trump took a drastic step in imposing quotas and tariffs. Outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic from early 2020. Of course, then we deal with coping with the changing landscape of these disruptions on the demand for higher education. Can also address supply issues. Then we try to conjecture, since it's still very much unfolding, I rather not simply in a simplistic or reductionist manner give you conclusions about what we should actually do. Instead, I will open up the discussion so that in the Q&A, we can collectively try to fill those gaps. So education as a basic need simply goes to the point of exposing people to raising the literacy rates, the capacity to think, reflect, and to deploy these techniques in their day-to-day life. That's a basic need, but it's not a basic need to claim that participation in the university is essential, or for that matter, to do a doctorate with a focus on creating new stocks of knowledge or undertaking research as important as a basic need. Now that's one element of it, and that element I think in our classification in economics we call utilities, because you need more and more classrooms. You need more, and more, even if it means that you're connecting people with Zoom, you need more facilities, the infrastructure, digitalized infrastructure to embrace them, to absorb them. So all that means that you can exclude these people, and you have additional costs. But when you look at it as a public good, it's both non-excludable and non-rivalrous. What that actually means is that once you create knowledge, the knowledge is already there. You don't have to keep investing money or reinventing the wheel to produce that knowledge. And that's non-excludable, despite the fact that you have so many entities trying to impose copyrights, define them as intellectual property, and therefore impose prices on them. However much they do, it still seeps through. That's one element of non-excludable. Non-rivalrous, it means that once you create it, you don't have to invest money to produce it again. You can keep using the same good for which the costs have already been incurred. Now, there are, of course, lots of people interested in taking advantage of education as a private good. Now, herein lies lots of differences, whether you come from the perspective of markets being the dominant influence and therefore let prices. Remember, markets refer to prices. They don't refer to needs. So those people who are not able to produce, to enjoy that because they don't have the capacity to pay those people are not in markets. So it means that it tends to move away to a select group of people we call haves over the have-nots. And again, haves and have-nots depends on the clearing price in terms of what the educational good is. Now, important in as much we say that, if we take it as a point where society as a whole benefits, now public good includes the global common, the environment we are in. It includes the environment because whatever happens in any part of the world has a bearing on other parts of the world. This is the classic Garrett Hardin's definition in 1968 of the tragedy of commons. If you keep saying that, well, we don't care about somebody else over the other side, it's just like the haze that we got from Sumatra. But we will also face the haze because that's a global common. That's a public good in a broader sense. And so I just wanted to make these sort of points, and then governments will have to think about what they should do, because higher education requires enormous amount of investments, and I'll show you some trends specific, especially on Malaysia, to make that point. Education focus, primary, secondary, tertiary, and technical training, we'll deal with that. Higher education enrollment and expenditure, I'll come into that. And of course, the higher education focus. A lot of them think about it as developmental, although its origins have very much to do with how philosophy evolved. The first discipline in the world, every other discipline was born from philosophy. If you remember, during the great Greek times, Archimedes did everything. Plato did everything, because that's the only discipline then. One after another, the disciplines were born. Some kept their link, the umbilical cord remained. Some cut the umbilical cord off. Economics is one field that has become like that, detached from the mother, from the parents. Of course, there are many who promote higher education as an income source. We too did that, and we are very much hoping to continue with that by even attracting lots of students from abroad. Stimulation of research and innovation. Some countries emphasize standards, while some countries had this dual system of getting students who would eventually play a role in their innovation, national innovation systems, while another set came to bring in money as a source of income. The US will be that.
Raja, can you have your slide share, your slide, full slides?
My slides are here, yes.
No, but you are on the, you're not on the what do you call it? The full slides.
Oh, you want it full, but then I can't see the time, okay.
Okay. Then the audience will
okay.
not able to see the slides. Yeah, thank you so much, Rob. No
problem. And then attracting talent. Countries like the US would not grow as fast if only they didn't see foreign students as talent. In fact, they give them green cards the moment they support their capacity to participate in the innovation systems. Something that Japan, Korea, and so on have taken on quite seriously now, including Germany. Higher education and R&D, and if you, I'll come to those specific things as we get to those slides. Significance of higher education among latecomers and first movers. It's important to note that higher education doesn't figure very much in the early stages, simply because countries are, say, the least developed countries haven't got the capacity to finance these things, these resources, and therefore you don't really see these things very much. But if you left it to market forces, they won't be able to do it. And therefore, it is imperative that countries, even if they had been poor, an example would be South Korea, which was poorer than Malaysia until by per capita income terms 1979, when the second oil crisis struck. Korea's per capita income now is around 3 times that of Malaysia, but simply because it focused extensively on issues like this. Now, the quadruple helix has become important since the Vinnova triple helix model evolved into a quadruple helix model in Sweden. Our Malaysian government, among other governments, embraced this after the Sustainable Development Goals were launched. Now, it has a university as one of the corners of the quadruple helix. Industry, government, university, industry, government, and the civil society, except that in Malaysia, we seem to have, to some extent, misunderstood civil society there, because our civil society in the quadruple helix, as I see it, because I'm in the advisory board of MOSTI now, are entities like FMM, when it should be those concerned about the environment, those concerned about the poor, issues of that kind. Now let's look at subsequently governance of universities in national innovation systems. Now in our quest to understand, comprehend, and solve the problems of falling foreign student interest, we need to understand that we need to classify, especially higher education, as a conduit, as a reservoir to support the build-up of our university systems, national innovation systems. This is important. This is gross tertiary enrollment. If you look at it, this is it sometimes exceeds 100 because those who are retaining from the previous years, they end up making it. And Korea had the highest just after the millennium, turn of the millennium, but it's still at a much higher compared to, say, the United States, which is a more developed country, although it's not that much higher than Korea. But you have countries like Malaysia. As far as enrollment is concerned, we are still relatively low. I have figures until 2019. The dotted lines in blue. If you use the cursor, I'm not sure my yeah. This is Malaysia's line. It's the lowest at the moment when you compare with these comparable countries. I included even Philippines over there and Indonesia with 270 million people. It's got higher enrollment in higher education. Tertiary share and total education expenditure. Overall expenditure tertiary, we were really high earlier to the point of UNESCO applauding us as a country that has shown the way for many years, higher than most of the rest. But we have then subsequently fallen. We have subsequently fallen significantly, although we are not the lowest now, simply because of cutback on grants to do R&D, research, and so on and so forth, which has brought our shares that much lower, but not that much lower than many other countries there. Universities and innovation systems, I would even call universities as a key integral pivot of innovation systems. The propellants of economic and social synergies in particular geographical spaces is best captured by focusing on the following four systemic pillars. Actually, I developed this simply because Michael Porter's clusters don't actually explain how underdeveloped locations evolve to become mature clusters. Instead, he talks about how mature clusters can actually retain their sustainability in terms of how they contain or support frontier firms. Now, in here, my focus is really on science, technology, and innovation infrastructure. In fact, this is where most of my contributions to UNESCO reports are on. Higher education is important in the development of the science, technology, and innovation infrastructure that produce public goods that are non-excludable and non-rivalrous, the point that I did explain earlier, such as knowledge, environment, and security. The infrastructure involved for knowledge upgrading, embodied and disembodied, includes science parks, incubators in them, research universities, testing centers, skills development centers, broadband infrastructure to support digitalization, and of course the spread of 4.0 industry revolution 4.0 technologies and standards organization. Malaysia did the right thing by launching the Way Forward in 1991, except that our science parks have now largely become what they call white elephants, because they are not powering, they are not fueling technological upgrading in firms in the way Taiwan has managed, for example. The E3 labs that have not only supported upgrading the universities, but also firms to become world-class firms. And we need to look at that. And in the same way, though not in the same sort of organization, the Koreans, how they managed to have, of course, initially because of the failure of public labs, Korea tended to have large firms internalizing these activities to support innovation. But today, they actually work much more coherently, the way the Silicon Valley, Route 128 in the US or the Technopolis in Europe have evolved. Network cohesion is connectivity in that sense. If you look at this element, it's important to note that since the government started financing R&D grants in Malaysia, we have done extremely well in one thing, which has helped raise university ranking. Lots of our national universities have risen in the university rankings because we have managed to publish extensively in scientific journals. That we have succeeded. We cannot say that this hasn't happened, because we have actually indeed done that. Except that we have not managed to translate that, commercialize that into real innovation output to propel Malaysia to a developed country. That's an area that we should have focused on, something that Korea, Taiwan, Japan, and China have largely succeeded in doing it. And university is an integral part of that sort of activity. It's not simply there to produce graduates, which is of course an integral part of objective for universities, but universities as knowledge centers that produce new stocks of knowledge, or knowledge that's incremental, not necessarily simply only radical. Now, the element of global integration. This is an important element we promote. In fact, Dr. Morshidi himself may be involved in this too. We have collaborative activities, actively collaborate in research with foreign universities. That's an important part of global integration, not just simply exporting and importing goods, even though that's an element that's important too. And therefore, we can identify knowledge centers in specific areas and work with them, the way American and British universities or Australian universities do in the third world, including where it involves specific, say, biopharma, where it involves particular species and so on, that is very integral to a particular space. They work with those scientists, even if it means that they do the knowledge creation part of it, which I never enjoyed very much, simply because the developing countries should participate horizontally with them, not just as laboratories that are used by these countries. This is the point I was trying to put across, and the focus is on science, technology, innovation, infrastructure. Universities are key players here. Now, what it means is that when we envisage investments for higher education, we cannot compromise on that. A counter example would be Britain. When I was studying at Cambridge, Margaret Thatcher was still there as Prime Minister. She was confronted with this question because she was trying to upgrade the polytechnics into universities. The Liberal Party rep, Paddy Ashton, was making the point, are we trying to dilute, adulterate our university standards? So those graduates going out might actually perform badly for the country. Her response was, I mean, no surprise, I'm listening to parliamentary debate. Her response was, they are there to produce graduates because we are no longer competitive in manufacturing, in industry. These are for developing countries. They'll go back to work in their own country. They would not affect our own capacities. Now, we should not think along those lines because that leads to what you call negative deindustrialization, because you deindustrialize but without really raising productivity, and you move on to different sectors, with service becoming an important driver of overall economic growth. But I think the focus should be on not compromising on that. It's okay to upgrade the polytechnic, but not on the basis of simply using it as a source of making money, because universities are the highest perched academic institutions that produce new stocks of knowledge. And we should always remember the capacity that they can provide. Something we have not seriously reasoned, because in Malaysia, we still do not have it open enough for foreign talent that is considered potential Nobel laureates, for example, to be given green cards. We still haven't thought about those options, even though I did try to discuss this with Tan Sri Gaut, and he actually brought this matter to the Prime Minister. He was very receptive, but not implemented subsequently. So this means the digital infrastructure also brings universities. When you merge virtual with augmented realities, you can do so many different things. You can have driverless buses, all sorts of things. Universities should be a cornerstone of that. We have Industry 4.0 centers. I'm advisor to that center in, say, University Malaya, but we also have it in UTM, in many other places. But how much of it is appropriated in technological synergies? I don't think very much, because I wrote the Southeast Asian chapter for UNESCO 2021 report. Singapore and Malaysia launched at the same time, 2012. They have actually created all these driverless buses at airports, at universities, and so on, but we haven't done those things yet. Yet we have capabilities. We have Dream Age, we have Aerodyne, we have so many other technology players who could actually, if harnessed properly with university 4.0 centers, we can move in that sort of direction. And these are things that allow for universities to play a more productive role in society on the part of creating a sophisticated university-based knowledge. Artificial intelligence transfer to robots and drones to raise spread accuracy and autonomous control through merging. This is the point I raised just now. But it also involves, say, you could do farming. The scientist doesn't need to be going on to Cameron Highlands or Sarawak or Sabah. They can remain in USM. And yet, through this means, they can actually function by looking at how such spaces are transformed and yet able to monitor at the same time. I've observed this doing the UNIDO study when I went to see salmon farming in Chile. I was in Puerto Montt observing it. Enablers of university role. Now, these are all critical aspects. We have broadband, but not necessarily throughout the whole country. We need to utilize much more. We already have digital infrastructure, but we need to use more. The idea of using more is not about seeing whether firms are ready, the way MITI does the promotion of IR 4.0, whether firms are ready and help them. We have to bring it to them. We have to simply bring it to them. This is exactly my advice to Muhammad Ali Jinnah University too. A small entrepreneur is not capable of, say, coming to your university for trading because he does everything there. But you can use the digitalized infrastructure to reach him and to convince him because he's not aware of the benefits he will get. That's the task that we should play rather than to see whether the firm filling up a questionnaire to see whether he's ready or to participate and so on. Well, that's the market-based approach, leaving it to the consumer. But the consumer sometimes or more often than not is not aware of many things. And of course, in the end, the consumer has to decide, but still, it's the role of the provider to convince. It's just like when you want to market a product, you cannot just say, well, let's see whether they will have it. An example will be Penang. I think that Morsidi may be aware of this. I remember when Kentucky Fried Chicken ran all these surveys in Penang, and Penang people happily wrote there, well, we have our best foods in the world. We don't think we will be buying Kentucky Fried Chicken. Until KFC decided, let's start a center first. And it was started near a hotel in Penang. I can't remember the name of the hotel now. Now, it was like packed with people going there to buy Kentucky Fried Chicken. So this is how we should, once, I'm not talking about marketing in the wrong sense. Perhaps maybe fast food is not healthy for us. But once we are convinced the government is ready, this is good for the people, then go on, promote it. And in this case, this is really something that we should be thinking about in the broad sense, so that we have robots doing and drones participating extensively. That even includes a recommendation made recently, how do you help the poor who live by the day, and you say they cannot come out because SOP, standard operating procedures, don't allow that. Now, people are talking about the use of drones. If you had the Pandemic Emergency Act, the way Korea had during the Korean War, then you could have had drones going to these guys who are selling, say, tom yum from home, and they can subsequently take it to all this demand without contact between people. All this could have been done because we haven't conceived these things. And Tun Mahathir was talking about it as well in the last session I had with him. University-supported intersectoral spread. Now, increased cross-migration of adapted technologies intersectorally is something that the current technologies are promoting extensively. We need to be aware of that. University-supported 4.0 ecosystems. We are moving from mass production to mass customization. This is an important point because in the past, mass production meant having scale. Now you can have economics of scope appropriated in a way where you can have that sort of flexibility, not the single conveyor belt that Henry Ford designed originally. Scale-based uniform specialization to scope-based customized specialization. So individual needs can be met provided we know what we're doing. University-supported smart schools. Smartification is the word now, so that we are enabling the minds of even kids who then connect with knowledge nodes that include R&D centers outside in the science parks, incubators, as well as in universities, so that people even young and old can do all these things. Directed and participative inclusive learning. I'm trying to speed up a little bit to be able to finish my presentation. here you have knowledge synergies as a public good. One investing on R&D, say this is the firm, is going to create lots of knowledge. Not all of them is converted to money. It's converted to officially definable intellectual property rights, patents, designs, layer, and trade secrets. If that is done, yes, some call it development, some call it commercialization, some call it innovation. You bring back money. But in the process, knowledge, a whole lot of knowledge is created, and a lot of it is non-monetary or non-pecuniary, which so society as a whole benefits. These are elements that IBM did because it left computer chassis open. So otherwise, you wouldn't have other computer companies. Things some companies don't do, like Microsoft. Microsoft access its original technology that way, then subsequently starts monopolizing, imposing all this patent laws and so on to become a monopoly in that sense. Now, what it means is that if you have a publicly held patent here, government, we cannot just do things about supporting firms that make money. That's fine for the country. But also you can have intellectual property that's publicly held to say produce drugs for everybody in the country. It's how the generic drugs came into being to help people facing AIDS, or even the COVID vaccines now. Now, universities play a critical role here. I would like to bring this back if you have questions on this. Because of time, I shall move on to the next. Now let's look at enrollment and graduation trends in higher education Malaysia. This is for the concern some of you have, not so much in context of, because we still haven't focused extensively, even though some universities like University Malaya does attempt at least to retain the really bright foreign students. So using higher education institutions as a platform to promote or support our national innovation system. But down here, it's more about money and issues related to that. For those concerned about that, let's look at the figures. This is the bachelor's enrollment. Bachelor's enrollment, there was a time private institutions had more, that's in 2016. These figures come from the Higher Education Ministry, which they sent me recently. While the climb is steady, over 300,000 for public universities for bachelors, and of course for bachelors we have constraints because bachelors among public universities is highly subsidized, and therefore we actually limit the number of foreign students that we allow compared to graduate studies. There are no such limits because the fees is not fixed. Now, in that sense, the private one is the one that is a bit discouraging because they have not, and especially after the pandemic, there have been a more serious fall in enrollment. This is enrollment. Bachelors graduating, the numbers are falling in both cases from 2019. And the reasons for the public ones, I haven't really researched to find that out, but for the private one, largely because of the early push from 1995 private university bill, I think it's taking effect on settling down on who are the real performers and who are not. But then from 2019, which I believe with regards to the private sector, universities largely because of the pandemic. This is for master's enrollment. Graduate studies, public universities dominate, while the private one has no similar domination as such, even though eventually the public universities have a bigger total. For masters, there is no limitations in increasing fees and so on, and there is no explicit extensive subsidy as such, the way undergraduate studies are supported by our government, in the case of Malaysia. Now, here you have public universities dominating for masters. And of course, the numbers are falling from 2019, and the same with the private universities for similar reasons. I believe this is largely to do with COVID-19, even though a lot of them are still enrolled. A lot of them are still enrolled, and they are in Zoom classes. Masters graduating. You see the numbers for public universities far outweigh that of private universities. And now let's come to for the doctoral students, where I managed to get some reasons talking to officials. Public universities have an advantage over private universities because they have what you call higher and more qualified academics. So they have what you call collective synergy of having a bigger rather than a selected few. Longer establishment with more facilities, more autonomy to charge fees for graduate students. In fact, foreign students pay higher fees, a similar practice that developed countries do. And the shift to meet ranking requirements means that PhD students play a critical role, especially in the sciences, doing as research assistants and so on, because then they enable the production of more scientific articles and as well as support getting bigger grants, which are all components of ranking. Doctoral graduation. From 2000, actually it starts earlier, but the decline is more significant because there is a carrying period of a few years PhD students in the stream before they graduate. You find that the number of public universities has been falling. And in the case of private universities from 2019, simply because there's been a complete drying up, and therefore we don't have them. And the second, tightening visa rules, especially for students coming from Nigeria, Iran, and so on, who create a lot of social problems in the country. Some of them come and work and do other kinds of things. This is opinions given to me by officials from the government. So then we have this tightening of graduation requirements, and therefore you see these numbers falling. Here you have foreign higher education students. There was a drastic fall. There was massive number taken up by private students because of the entry requirement. Public universities have higher entry requirements than most of these private universities. But there's been a sharp fall for private students, and then of course it more or less stabilizes from 2019. While the numbers for public universities have fallen, but there's a slight rise among private universities. As I mentioned earlier, we have Zoom sessions, webbing, all sorts of this thing that doesn't discourage students from enrolling. Although, of course, students, my own interactions, I have over 30 PhD students, they are not happy that they're paying the same kind of fees when they don't have the feeling of a classroom, the socialization process that they require. Those kinds of elements are coming up. Digitalization and smart proliferation, IR 4.0, back closures of borders in developed countries. Of course, this actually discouraged, in fact, even my own son from going to do his bar in the UK. And all sorts of uncertainty means that, and of course, the UK example will be one that you didn't substitute that with Zoom sessions, simply because they were in a disarray, something that was also common in the US and many other developed countries. We have largely done well in that sense, even though we, in trend terms, we are facing a surge in both cases as well as deaths with regards to COVID-19. COVID-19 acceleration of social distancing and restricted spatial movement of people. This is another element that's actually attracted digitalization even that much more. In fact, there's a project we're working on at AEI with Huawei. Virtual classrooms, incubators, and lecture halls. While in one sense it reduces the need to get into heavy capital investment for infrastructure, but on the other hand, it reduces the element of socialization, the feeling human beings require. People require people to be able to function like people in a social sense. That sort of elements are somewhat missing, which is also seen in the manifestation of mental problems across the country and across the world. And it's also manifested in the Tokyo Olympics. Lots of competitors compared to the past Olympics suffering from mental problems, some even withdrawing from competitions. Rise of broadband infrastructure, IoT, cloud computing, big data analytics, robots, and drones. I would like to encourage this is my area of expertise in many ways. But at the same time, we need to see there is a balance with the socialization process between physical social interaction and virtual social interactions. It's always good to have new technologies that are helpful for society. We cannot be those like what Michael led, the mystical figure involved in when the automation was coming up that start destroying machines. And now we feel the Industry 4.0 coming up, we will have another massive loss in jobs. I think we cannot take that sort of a negative view. There will be other forms of jobs that need to be a transformation to coding, to the capacity to be more cognitive. you realize what Paulo Freire often talked about. Human beings are different, and therefore they cannot simply day in, day out push their wheelbarrows with bricks, transfer those bricks every day, and they don't realize the creative self. Their donkeys can do that. So this actually brings about the enabling of those minds, what the late Freire discussed extensively in Brazil. Proliferation of social media. Social media can be used productively. Of course, sometimes it's used negatively, but I think there must be ways to promote it through not so much stringent legislation by having all this severe punishment, but more so by cognitive awareness creation in a way where humans, because humans are not are able to appreciate that, are won over to use it in a productive way. Potential for aggregation of scale through merging of scope economies from mass customization. So you are able to do different kinds of tape issues. It's just like how it's being done in automobiles now, where mass customization is happening. In the interest of time, if there are questions, I can come back to that because I visited some of these developments in Seoul. Consequences of disruptions and uncertainties. Uncertain changes in teaching arrangements, falling academic employee time per student, transformation of support staff. These are all immediate reactions and need not necessarily continue once higher education institutions absorb these changes and are ready to plan effectively. Transformation of learning skills with increased focus on interactive learning, emergence and expansion of virtual learning and the consequences for evaluation and grading. Things have to change. The only thing that is constant is change. And we need to catch the wave on that. Excuse me. Increasing integration in social, economic, and knowledge systems, so much so that even a Pachi who's selling vegetables in a pasar basah is able to think, reflect in a way how farmers are being taught all this in India, for example, when to appreciate weather change, the use of bio-friendly fertilizers, and so on and so forth. Rising autonomy among universities initiated by falling government funding and rising utilization of adapted technologies. So this actually pushes universities like the Bayh-Dole Act 1982 US. Universities then start to become entrepreneurs themselves in finding ways to orientate research that's useful for society, that's useful for firms, so that then they can use that as a basis to make money rather than all the time depending on government. And governments are in any case reducing expenditures on higher education, which is a forced way to get there. Falling demand for graduates, rising graduate unemployment, forcing reorientation towards IR 4.0 associated with entrepreneurial activities, so that individuals then are able to use knowledge in a way we refer to as objective or critical knowledge that makes them into intellectuals in some sense, so that they become entrepreneurial. Ability to use it productively to support themselves and to support a wider range of people. Reorientation of use of knowledge from applicative to innovative and cognitive adaptation, rather than just applying whatever you learned, but you become innovative from duplicating whatever you study. You become, you adapt that, and you become, you call that creative imitation. After that, you cognitive, use your head to change many different things. A lot of things, some kids can do it, as far as I know. And in other words, these are elements, what the Japanese used to call under small group activities, or Kaizen, which Imai, they've been around for a long time, but we need to see its extension in a broader sense. Now we come towards economic and financial sustainability. I mentioned that public goods are not the same as public utility. Utility must reach everyone, but it can be excluded. Water, electricity, and so on, you have to pay for more and more. It's not that others too. Public goods, no, that's not the element. The knowledge is already there. It's a question of how it can be utilized by more and more people. You don't need additional cost, except that if you need to bring more students into a classroom, you have to have wider classroom, but the unit increase in cost, marginal increase in cost will be minimal, negligible. Now you have to see that you catch the wave of Industrial Revolution 4.0. In an enabling sense, if you understand this the way I do, for example, or those guys working on it, it's an enabler. It helps rather than hinders progression of entrepreneurs and the creation of new types of jobs rather than the same type of monotonous jobs that we have conceived in the past. Open systems approach to education so that education becomes a shared entity rather than one that's defined strictly as a copyrightable intellectual property that's confined to those who own it, and then it becomes elitist. And this becomes a lot more one that spreads across the whole society. Transforming to meet society's needs so that education becomes something not just in the creation of scientific knowledge, which is important, but tied to societal needs. It's a bit like, I remember giving this keynote speech when the Sustainable Development Program was launched at Cambridge. It's only after that they put me as one of the professor fellows at the Center for Rising Powers. And it's very obvious that the way human activity has gone, unless we do something about it, global climate change and global warming is going to swallow planet Earth. Now, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we should immediately jump to say Mars or Jupiter, because the idea of getting there itself is inconceivable at the moment. So scientific research, which may involve billions of dollars, may go in there, but it doesn't give us a clear sign that that's a solution that can actually be realized. I'll come to that because I remember reading Stephen Hawking's statement before I gave my keynote, and Stephen Hawking had died. Financial, contraction in physical structures, expansion in digital structures, asset and cost restructuring. These are all things that need to be conceived. University top management need to focus on this. I think there are some universities are doing really well on this, including University of Malaya, because I view this as part of the Senate committee member for some meetings. I hope the other public universities are doing the same. I'm saying that not because I don't think they're doing it. I believe they are, except that I don't have knowledge about what's going on. From perspective of students, given contraction in utilization of physical resources, should fees be trimmed? Most students feel fees should be trimmed. They have little access to library and they are not very savvy with the use of digitalization and accessing knowledge materials like scientific publications, even though those modes exist. In light of the above, should academic and support staff count be reduced? A lot of them are talking about making staff multi-capable to be able to handle different courses.
Prof, can we have your concluding statement, Prof?
Yeah, sure. Reorientation of knowledge acquisition and delivery, increasing entrepreneurial universities, funding for philosophy. Okay, let's. This is the concluding section. Sorry for the delay. In light of the objectives laid out at the outset, how should governments respond? I'm raising these set of questions. The disruptions and uncertainty gripping higher education. For countries seeking to shift from the bottom, catch up, and reach the top of the development trajectory, reducing the focus on higher education cannot be an option. How should governments restructure higher education to embrace the waves of changes necessitated by both the unfolding of IR 4.0 technologies and the COVID-19 pandemic? How will the focus in foreign higher education change with the new challenges? How will the role of SDI infrastructure organizations in the ecosystem to promote economic and social synergies change to meet the challenges of IR 4.0 and the need for social distancing? Are countries ready to accelerate increased rules for digital technologies to harness the potential for virtual and augmented realities in higher education and its support systems? While interactive learning and incremental innovations have a long history, how should governments promote R&D activities inclusive of IR 4.0, so it's a co-evolve that emphasize adaptive and radical innovations to absorb the transformation essential to usher in the digitalization of higher education? Several governments embarked on transitioning the governance framework to a quadruple helix framework with the critical pillars of industry, government, university, and civil society. When the United Nations launched the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, Malaysia is no exception. How far have these countries gone to implement it and to realize its synergies? In light of the public good characteristics of higher education, and as seen now from the mad scramble by biopharma businesses to keep discoveries and inventions private, How should governments manage the provision of intellectual property rights on such essential knowledge to reach the masses? It may be pertinent for the UN to fight these companies to allow generic drugs for the benefit of masses. Alternative funding to support public ownership of patents associated with these goods too will be necessary. As public,
Okay, Prof.
Okay, sir, my last line. Where R&D innovations are involved, the promotion of public goods and utility must emphasize the open systems innovation framework. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a lot of material you have presented. Let me go straight to the Q&A, Prof. I'll give you, present you a couple of questions. You pick up which one you're comfortable to respond immediately, okay? You may not be in a position to answer all. Let me pose to you the first question from T.S. Chu. He asks, Prof, will the academic be able to catch up with the industrial cutting-edge development to drive the industrial collaborative growth? What is your thought? That's the first question. The second question is from Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif. Prof, due to budget constraint, should government consolidate all universities to a few only that's relevant to socio-economic of the country? That's the second question from Muhammad Sharif, from Suhaimi Muhammad Sharif. The third one from Muhammad Ali Abdul Rahman. Will virtual universities be popular in future, and how do you believe quality will be promoted and regulated? That's the third one. And the fourth one, the last one, from Ushrani Balasingam. Prof, are education players now industry, from our education players now, like industry, Google, etc., who might enter the education arena? How would this impact current landscape? So you pick which one you are comfortable to respond with the short time that we have left. Over to you, Prof.
Dato' Professor Morshidi, how many minutes I have? Then
it's about 3 minutes, I think.
Okay, then I think I can answer all.
Yeah.
Are academics ready? I think that should not, I mean, I think the question should be, how can the academics be brought to be ready? This is one where we are in a mad scramble, transitioning from the old forms of teaching to new forms of teaching. Second, we are facing a crisis that only took place for the second time in the last 100 years after the Spanish flu. So I think we will have to see that the transformation takes place among academics, rather than whether they are ready for it. That will be my answer for that. The second one, should universities be reduced to few because of the escalating costs involved in higher education? I think universities, by definition, of course, if you take the German model, it will be between the Max Planck and the Fraunhofer Institute being applied or more theory and philosophy based. I think we could differentiate that way. I think University Malaysia Pahang is into that Fraunhofer type of orientation. We can orientate that way, but we still have 5 research universities, which is quite big. And therefore, I think we should not compromise on the salient features of a university, which is to create the engine of creating new stocks of knowledge, in transforming economies and so on. So in the interest of time, I answered those 2 questions, but please send emails. I'll be happy to answer those things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your presentation and the short time that we have for Q&A. But I'm sure some of our viewers and the audience will be able to get in touch with you through emails and through other media to pursue the question that they have in mind. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dato'. I sincerely apologize for the. That's why I prefer not to go to the big screen so I can see the time.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's important that our audience got the presentation that you have, because the screen that you have earlier was not clear to our viewers. That's why I have to ask you to shift to the full PowerPoint. So thank you very much for your time and effort. And thank you all for joining us at the Global Higher Education Forum 2021. Have a good day. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much to the moderator and our keynote speaker for the delightful sharing.
We will now take a 5-minute break before continuing with the next program. But before that, as usual, I would like to remind everyone that CPD points are given for the session. The link you can find in the chat box as well as the QR code will be shown on screen, right, together with the attendance as well. So we'll see each other again in 5 minutes time, which is 11:30 a.m. Malaysian time zone. Thank you.
Okay. We are in the broadcast room now. A very good morning. A very good morning all of our panel members, members of Global Higher Education Forum, organizer, and our respected. Okay. We are here today for a forum titled Higher Education, Entrepreneurship During Unprecedented Times. We need to discuss how tertiary education can play a role in this COVID-19 situation.
Excuse me, Ms. Hugh, we
Yes.
shall begin in about 3 minutes from now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that we begin straight off. Thank you, thank you.
Right. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Because when you say broadcast room, I thought I should start straight off. Thank you, thank you.
All right.
So, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the agenda, I would like to invite members of our elite panelists for a discussion on the topic of higher education and entrepreneurship during unprecedented times. The panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Hugh Moylan, Group Executive Director, Group Chief Executive Officer of SEGI University Malaysia. Ms. Hugh Moylan was appointed to the board of SEG International Berhad on 20th of April 2010 and is a member of the Risk Management Committee and Executive Committee of the company. Ms. Hugh Moylan was appointed as the Chief Operating Officer of the group on 27th of February 2009 and assumed her responsibility as Chief Executive Officer of the group on January 2012. Prior to that, she was the Vice President of Operations and the Principal of Segi College, Kuala Lumpur, one of the core subsidiary companies of the group. With more than 30 years of experience in the education industry, Ms. Hugh Moylan has brought an immense wealth of experience and knowledge into the running of the group. In March 2013, she was honored with a Leadership in Education and Training Excellence Award at the Global Leadership Awards. In June 2014, Ms. Hugh Moylan garnered an award for her contribution to the field of human resource development by HR Community at the Asia HRD Awards. So please welcome Ms. Hugh Moylan.
A very good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the panel members of the Global Higher Education Forum's organizer and respective guests. A very warm welcome to all of you. We will start today with our topic, higher education and entrepreneurship during unprecedented times. That is COVID-19 situation. This is a much needed topic that we need to look into, and we will see what we can do to chart out a clear path for all the entrepreneurs that are facing this challenging time. First, I'd like to give an introduction to our panel member. First, Dr. Daisy Ella Drainer, Executive Director, Socialpreneur Indonesia. Dr. Daisy is a founder and the Executive Director of Socialpreneur Indonesia, serves Central Bank of Indonesia as faculty member of Bank of Indonesia Institute. She's also the subject matters expert, senior advisor on innovation, entrepreneurship education, social entrepreneurship in various institutions and organizations, including BRI Microfinance Center, BDS, advisor on inclusive business at sea. Since 2013, Daisy actively promotes foster the growth of social entrepreneurship by way of research, development of programs specializing in applying design thinking and design ethnography. Thank you, Dr. Daisy, for joining us today. The next is Dr. Nilesh Bhatia, Chief Executive Officer, Acadesia, Singapore. The co-founder, CEO of Acadesia, Mr. Nilesh is a creative, result-driven, visionary thought leader for more than 30 years of internationally proven experience in the field of entrepreneurship education, business innovation, media, and technology. Previously, he was the founding center director of Spin-Off, the Entrepreneurship Center of Singapore Polytechnic, where he's a chief architect behind the largest entrepreneurship education network in Asia. Thank you, Trinish, for this fantastic achievement. Providing entrepreneurship education program for more than 15,000 students across the region. Wow, this is fantastic. Now at Acadesia, he's on a mission to humanize digital education for all by empowering educators everywhere with the skill they need to guide the 21st century learner. Thank you again for having you on board today. The next will be Professor Dr. Nick Mahiran, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic International Affairs, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Professor Nick is currently a Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and International Affairs of University Malaysia, Kelantan. She has been trusted with multiple distinctive leadership positions since joining University Malaysia, Kelantan, namely Director of Corporate Affairs, Dean of Student Affairs and Alumni, Director for GHEF, Entrepreneurship Center for Excellence, and before holding a DVC of Academic and International Affairs. She was the Senior Director of Entrepreneurship Institute of University Malaysia, Kelantan. She also won many awards nationally and internationally, and among them are Asia Pacific Entrepreneurial Leadership Award by Accreditation Council of Entrepreneurship and Engagement University Europe 2020. Prof. Nick, fantastic achievement. Thank you again for joining us today. Thank you, panel members, for participating in this forum. Let me provide you with some background information on this topic to be discussed. The whole world is facing COVID-19 pandemic situation now. All of us are facing great challenges, especially businesses. Entrepreneurship is one of the key topics. How can the entrepreneur overcome what they are facing now? Hardship is everywhere. It's not Malaysia alone. It's a global issue. It's a global problem. As a higher education institution, what is our role? What can we do? How can we support the situation that the world is facing? And I think higher education institutions like us, our role, Mr. English, as an educator, we have carried more than 15,000 training for students. Prof. Nick, Dr. Daisy, all these, your experience will count a lot. What you can share with us today may give an insight to what we can do, how can we work together, how can we bring betterment to the society, betterment to the business world for what we are facing. With this itself, can I start with the first speaker? I think the first speaker we are talking about will be Dr. Daisy. Hi, Dr. Daisy. Welcome again.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Yu. How are you?
Would you like to share a bit about your background again with every one of us here before we start the first topic with you?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Daisy. So I have a background in entrepreneurship education, social entrepreneurship, and social innovations. And I work in higher education for entrepreneurship education. I'm one of the head of department for the first entrepreneurship degree in Indonesia in 2013. And then currently I also work with my social enterprise to promote social entrepreneurship through entrepreneurship education and social innovations in Indonesia. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Daisy, we are aware that you're pioneering and you're aggressively involved in developing an ecosystem of social entrepreneurship in Indonesia. We would like to hear from you this aspect, and your sharing definitely will open us to see how social entrepreneurship can be carried out more aggressively or more embedded into our education system to bring the betterment of tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yu. So I would like to say here is like we more promote and foster the growth of social entrepreneurship in Indonesia. We use two tools, entrepreneurship educations and also social innovations. For entrepreneurship education, we embed in all levels of education system. So we have a program from elementary school until higher education. But I will highlight here in higher education. So in higher educations, we are not only about teaching, learning, and research, but we also have community service here in Indonesia. So So these kind of tools that we try to use to embed with social entrepreneurship. When you learn about entrepreneurship education and add with social awareness, then you can create social innovations. So if every university, if every students learn not only about entrepreneurship education, but learn as well about social awareness, and then they're aware about a lot of problem in social in our social system, then they will try to solve it. So if everyone in the university do that, then you can see a lot of social innovation, a lot of people aware about what's going on, and then they can contribute to make a better future for everyone. So that's the idea what we are doing back in Indonesia. So I will highlight it. It's not only about entrepreneurship education, but we also add another one, social awareness in here. Putting that social awareness and then to create, use your entrepreneurial skills and competencies, not only to build, to create, not only for the venture creation, but also to protect the environment and also the society. So that's the idea.
So basically, your main role is to create an environment when we put in social responsibility together with entrepreneurial skill, so that future leader of the world will have a better insight. When you want to be a successful business person, you need to also carry with you certain degree of CSR, corporate social responsibility with you, to build a betterment of the society or of everyone. Am I right to say that?
Yes, Ms. Hugh. So what we are doing here, we connect all dots. So we connect academic, business, government, society. We work with more than 300 educational institutions here back in Indonesia. And start in 2019, we start to work also with Malaysian University, with Thailand University, and then we also work with NGO and NPOs. So currently globally, we work with more than 100 NGOs and NPOs. We work with local government, we work with central bank, we also work with ministries in Indonesia, and then we work directly also with media. So because we know that you cannot work alone, so that's why we have to work all together, and every stakeholder can contribute in the to make a better feature for everyone. So the idea in here, how every stakeholders contribute and then work together to achieve a better future. So that's yeah.
That's very interesting, Dr. Daisy. I would like to know, in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, does it change anything that what you've been doing the past 10 years or the past decade? You've been involving with this social entrepreneurship for so long. In this challenging time, pandemic situation, what is our role? Is it any different compared with what you have been doing all the while?
Yeah. So before, social entrepreneurship is quite new in Indonesia, booming in 2015. But we started, but actually the practice already there. Even like a lot of studies say, Indonesia has a major social entrepreneurship situations and environment. In 2019, Indonesia, according to Thomson Reuters, Indonesia became the 9th place in the world as to become social entrepreneurship. It means we have the resources, we have the opportunity there. So the pandemic actually changed it, but only changed the way we think. But we still solve the same problem. We try to solve the same problem, only the strategy and method is quite different. So for example, we have our flagship every year named Empathy Project, that where all stakeholders work together to solve specific issues in Indonesia. Mostly this about education issue. But in 2020, because of pandemic, then we have to social distancing. Then we cannot, because it's normally every year we gather more than 1,000 people offline. So we have to shift the system. Then we use technology. So what we are doing here in Indonesia, we conducted study from March to May in Indonesia. Then we try what kind of social issues that we have to solve it in urgently need to solve. So we found it because of the most affected is student because they have to work from home. But when you go online, there is not many sources available and free sources to learn. So what we are doing, we gather professional volunteers as the professional from business, from the government to involve and from academics, and we connect them with students, university students. So we have professional volunteers and youth volunteers to work together. So the professional use their knowledge, their expertise to create the educational video.
Okay.
Then the youngsters make it entertaining.
Okay.
So last year, more than 300 volunteers worked with us, and this year we have more than 300 volunteers also work with us to create educational tools, and then we disseminate them to the schools, to university. So that's how we work here.
Okay. Do you find these pandemic situations have made this social entrepreneurship very critical, more important compared with our good old days, but we don't have this COVID-19? Old days, all of us are very safe, very peaceful. We can go off freely and we can get together anytime or anywhere we want. But under pandemic, all of us are restricted in our movement, and we will communicate very much into online platform. So do you find that social entrepreneurial skill definitely have a more important role to play now compared previously?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's like people start to realize the importance of social entrepreneurship. So, and they start to realize everyone can contribute, even a small deed. So last year we conducted, we have a theme to engage everyone to join us, what we call it a small act of kindness. So everyone can make a difference. So this year, because after the pandemic, then we realized another social issues because of that's talking about wellness. So this year we have a theme about wellness, and then we ask people to join the campaign, create something to improve the wellness, share about how they maintain the wellness at home and everything. So we have a campaign, what we call it 7 Days Kindness Challenge, and from Malaysia, from India, we have a partner to work with us, and now it's spread around the world. Also, more than 1,000 students else in India work with us to campaign this one. So it's mean like they start to realize even the small things you can contribute to the society. So in this term, what I can say is like, yes, people realize to make a difference is not hard work. Then everyone can do that as long as they want to do that. So
Yeah, it's true. As long as all of us willing to touch the heart of, to touch people around us, I think that's very important. Dr. Daisy, you're definitely doing a fantastic job, and you're definitely helping a lot of needy to see something or to feel what's going on and people care. I think we care, that's what's very important. Dr. Daisy, do you have any other thing you'd like to add, especially in terms of the context of Indonesia? What the milestone have the country or the government has set for all of you in Indonesia? Maybe give us an insight, the environment in Indonesia, so that we can feel, okay, in Malaysia, what can we learn, what's going on in Indonesia? Likewise, later we can share from other panel, from other part of the world.
yeah, actually, when we come up into the entrepreneurship in higher education, it's quite new in Indonesia compared to Malaysia and Singapore. We have the first degree in 2013, and then it grow up in 2015 and 2016. But then in 2019, Ministry of Education in Indonesia, he start to promote entrepreneurship through what we call it Campus Merdeka, Campus Merdeka. So it's people start to learn about that, start to recognize the importance of entrepreneurship in higher education. Before, when you talk about entrepreneurship in Indonesia, especially in higher education, mostly we'll talk only about venture creation. Nobody talk about entrepreneurial mindset. But now people can see it differently. So if you want to see in the last decade, and then we can see the change a lot. It changed a lot, and then the new system appeared. We still learn, but we know we are on the right track now. So
That's very interesting. Maybe Dr. Daisy, you can also share what other things you think will be very important to all of us from your angle regarding this COVID-19 situation, how the world will change, how entrepreneurship skill, the mindset, the responsibility, social responsibility, all this will be carried on from now to the future. This pandemic have changed the world. This pandemic have changed our way of life. There's a new normal now we are having. So do you have anything more that you like to share with us?
yeah, so we now I think it's like any organization in the world, we start to realize the importance of entrepreneurship. According to McKinsey's report in April 2021, and it said it's like one of the skills for the future is entrepreneurship. That's highlight as part of self-leadership. So when we look through that one, but actually it's already there. Before World Economic Forum also said the future skills, it's a lot of skills, competencies have come from entrepreneurship. But this after COVID-19, then this year it's highlighted specifically by McKinsey, the importance of entrepreneurship for self-leadership. So in this one, I want to say like, okay, we need to think, to look in wider perspective. We have two terms of definition about entrepreneurship: venture creation, business development. Another one is about self-development, is about taking action, courage about that one. So that's about entrepreneurial mindset. That's about another one that's about a business. So currently, like if you look to the report from the McKinsey said, what kind of employability talents need? One of it, adaptability. They also know how to face with the challenge. Then all of this is, we can see if you're an entrepreneur, you know that you have to be like that. You have to have that kind of skills and competencies. So what I want to highlight in here, we should look entrepreneurship in wider perspective, in broad perspective, and then why we need that one to be agile in this kind of situations, to be able to see the challenges also as an opportunity to grow. So I think that's how entrepreneurship seen or viewed by many people right now.
Thank you, Dr. Daisy. Thank you. I think this is very informative and I really like what you have shared with us. May I move on to the second speaker?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Hugh.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Neelish. How are you?
Hello, Dr. Hugh. Thank you very much. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to have a sharing session with you. I know you have educated more than 15,000 students and entrepreneurship skills. It's a remarkable achievement. Means I have run a university for so long, to able to train this spectrum of number of students is something really a great milestone. Can you share with us what kind of challenges you normally face when you conduct this type of platform, when you're educating this type of entrepreneurship to such masses of people?
I think, first of all, I have to kind of clarify that when we talk about 15,000 students, I can't do that alone. I have to work with other educators. So I have to, kind of say thanks to all the other educators who actually worked with me on this from around the region, actually. And I think the biggest challenge is, Actually, there are a couple of things. So the first thing is I personally believe that the word entrepreneurship is overly glamorized. We keep on pushing this word entrepreneurship, and even in the media, we keep on seeing reports of how startups are raising funds and how they're becoming successful. Somebody's raised $1 million and all of that kind of stuff. And this gives the wrong impression to a lot of young folk out there that it is easy to really start a company and to basically, become a millionaire overnight. It doesn't happen that way. So that's the first big problem, and the challenge is to change that mindset with the young students, is to that, you don't get into entrepreneurship just because, you see Elon Musk or, Grab or any of these kind of companies making it big. So that's not the reason why you should start a company, number one. Number two, the challenge is, in terms of what are we teaching, how are we teaching the courses? Desi was right earlier when she said a lot of focus has been made on venture creation initially, and also the way the lessons have been being taught, generally speaking, are still the old chalk and talk fashion, or the PowerPoint and talk. I'm the professor, I'm the lecturer, I've got my PowerPoint slides, 35, 40 slides, and I will talk, I will explain to you the various concepts of entrepreneurship, and you just sit there and listen. And only when you have a question, you raise your hand, and I think that's the second problem. Because that's not how you should be looking at entrepreneurship education. Entrepreneurship is something that cannot be taught. It has to be experienced. And you really need to get your hands dirty. So that's the second challenge. So how do you get the students to really experience this in an academic environment? The third challenge is, if you want the students to experience and get their hands dirty in an academic environment, who's going to facilitate that? Especially when academia believes that failure is not an option. Whereas entrepreneurship, we always talk about fail fast, fail quickly, fail as many times as you can, but learn and move forward, right? But in academia, we say, no, don't fail. So that's the third challenge. Who's facilitating these sessions? What is the entrepreneurial experience of the faculty? I mean, when you go to a medical school, chances are that the person who's teaching you is a ex-medical professional. Similarly, with accounting schools, typically you'll find ex-accounting professionals teaching these kind of courses. But in entrepreneurship, very often I find that the faculty and the teachers who are actually facilitating these courses have no entrepreneurial background. So that makes it even more challenging on how do you build that mindset in the learners when the teachers need to be trained first. In fact, I'll give you a great example. When I first started facilitating, and I'll use the word facilitating and not teaching, because like I say, entrepreneurship cannot be taught. It has to be facilitated. It has to be experienced. So when I first was facilitating, in fact, I remember the first few classes, I would get my students to come and tell me very openly on my face. And of course, these days, Generation Z students are very blunt. They will tell you everything on your face. And I was asked point blank. In Singapore, they call the teachers chur. So they will say chur. So entrepreneurship, if it's so great, how come you're here teaching me and you're not going out and starting your own company? It's a valid question. It's a very, very valid question. And how do you answer that? And luckily for me, I got into academia because after having started 4 companies before and having 3 exits, my 4th company failed miserably. And that's why I got into academia, because I needed a job. So I had that experience to kind of, bring to the table and tell the students where I'm coming from. And now Acad Asia is my 5th startup, right? So, so the point I'm trying to make is, if it was anybody else who does not have that entrepreneurial experience, how do you answer that question? I mean, it's a valid question. So these are some of the challenges that I find with entrepreneurship education these days.
Okay, thank you, Mr. English. Very good, very explicit. You explained exactly what the student is what we are going through as an educator.
Yep.
Students are nowadays, they are very direct. and everyone want to earn fast. They want to set up their own business. I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to earn my million without considering the other aspect. By Dr. Daisy have highlighted the social aspect of it, which is very good. The skill set of the lecturer, which you are highlighted, how to facilitate students to have the entrepreneurial skill set. I think that's very important. Are they equipped enough? Are they prepared enough? Have they faced the real situation? Or are they able to get the student to a real world environment in business situation? Mr. Neelish, do we have any solution to this, especially for educator or the educator or the facilitator, as we say? Some of them might not even have been exposed to business environment. They are all from textbook. But here we are guiding the future leader of the country, future leader of this aspect that's very critical, you know. I think entrepreneurship embedded in our life one way or another. Even you are a professional, you need to have certain skill, entrepreneur skill to survive in society nowadays. But we are facing some shortage. We are facing not shortage. We're facing challenges in this aspect. Do we have any solution for us to listen to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the approach needs to be changed. The overall approach on how we actually design courses and how do we deliver courses needs to be changed. Um, I think to bring teachers and faculty members into the fold, because like I said earlier, academia is on the exact opposite of entrepreneurship when it comes to, failures and things like that. So in fact, a lot of academia, lot of faculty will even tell the students that don't worry about starting your own business, go and get a university degree and then find a 9-to-5 job. I mean, that's the harsh reality, whether we like it or not, right? So how do we then change that mindset? How do we change that tone of telling students that, listen, it's not just about working 9 to 5, but it also is about solving problems and taking action. I think that's the thing. It's not about going out and building companies and earning $1 million. Even if you are working in a 9 to 5 situation, entrepreneurship, or more importantly, intrapreneurship, can play a huge role. I think as citizens, all citizens, like Desi mentioned earlier, can play a very important part in whatever it is that they are doing, especially when you start looking at it from a perspective of the future of work. From a future of work perspective, entrepreneurial skill sets or entrepreneurial mindsets is something that is extremely important for the young learners to have, because teachers have to facilitate and train these students for jobs that don't even exist today. So then how do you, as a teacher, prepare somebody for jobs that don't exist when you yourself don't have those qualities? So the way I look at it is, before any school or any university embarks on saying that, okay, we want to have our students, we want to have entrepreneurship education programs for our students, I think it's important to spend some time to build that same mindset within the faculty, to make sure that the faculty go through training programs, even though they may not have entrepreneurial experience themselves, but there are training programs which they can go through. They can practice entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial skill sets within their own school. I'm sure every school has challenges, every school has problems, and can the faculty work together to solve those problems and challenges within the campus itself? And that's how you build that mindset, because entrepreneurship is all about the mindset. It's not about theory. It's not about that there is this one set way of doing things. There are hundreds of different ways of solving the same challenge. Which is the most appropriate and which is going to be sustainable and which is going to be scalable is the bottom line. So there are several things that we do when we work with schools and universities. We primarily work with faculty more than the students at ACAD-Asia. So in ACAD-Asia, we are looking at primarily empowering teachers. Excuse me. So yeah, when we empower teachers, we allow them to go through the whole program as a student. So they experience the hardship themselves. They understand how difficult it is, that it is not easy. And it's important for teachers to actually understand that, because I'm not saying that, hey, all teachers need to go out and set up $1 million business before they can start, teaching. No, that's the wrong thing. But at least the teachers should go through the program themselves. They should be students first, understand, because that will allow them to appreciate why entrepreneurship education is so important. Because everything that you learn can be applied in different aspects of your life. Even in your personal life, there are so many things that you can learn, that you can apply, and it makes you a lot more open-minded, a lot more, it helps you build creative thinking skills. It helps you have more empathy for others. And it also allows you to take action when you see some problems, rather than just standing back and saying, okay, I'll just wait. I'll wait for Desi to go and solve the problem. No, I mean, from an entrepreneurial mindset, I want to say, if I find a problem, can I do something about it myself, rather than wait for somebody else to go and solve the problem? So yeah, those are some of the things that teachers need to kind of look at, and they need to get their own hands dirty before they can start facilitating courses for students. And this will also help them design their courses better. This will help them to kind of look at it from a student's perspective and empathize with students, that if you are sitting in a class for 45 minutes, and if you're just sitting there and looking at PowerPoint presentations without really getting your hands dirty, you will not appreciate entrepreneurship at all. And the other most important thing is, once you deliver a lesson or you design a lesson that is very experiential, which allows students to get their hands dirty and learn by doing rather than learn by listening, a lot of students at the end will tell you, entrepreneurship is not for me. I don't want to do entrepreneurship. I don't want to be my own boss. And that is fantastic, because you do not want any random student to believe that they can be a successful entrepreneur. Because if everybody wants to be a boss, then who's going to be the worker bee?
Yes, true.
Right? So you also want worker bees who have the entrepreneurial or the intrapreneurial mindset, but not necessarily, they don't necessarily want to be a boss. They don't mind working, but within that organization, they can solve challenges, and they can, kind of succeed in whichever pathway which they decide to take for themselves. So yeah.
Well, very good. This is a very, very, very good explanation. I think this is a very good sharing. Even in this post, I mean not post yet, COVID-19 situation, Mr. Ninish, do you feel that today the environment we are in is tougher compared with the earlier time when we have the good old days? Do you find the difference in the whole situation since the pandemic stepped in, COVID-19 stepped in? How is our life? How do the students feel? Do they really care about entrepreneurship anymore, the skill set anymore? Or they just want to survive? It doesn't matter. I just want to survive. Is it what we are facing? Because the future generation is so important to us. They are our future leader. They are the country pillar in future. If their mindset is not right because of the difficult time they're facing now, I think it will go very deep into the future aspect of the country, aspect of the society. What's your feel about the whole matter?
Well, I think if so, there are two ways of looking at it. If I put on my entrepreneurship cap, I would say actually it's fantastic, because as an entrepreneur, you need to learn how to thrive in difficult situations. And that's the
Okay.
the plain simple fact of it. And if you are unable to thrive in a difficult situation, then you should not be taking up entrepreneurship in the first place, because it's entrepreneurship is risky. It has its inherent challenges, ups and downs, and you need to be able to pivot and find your way through. But having said that, I think from the academic perspective, there are other challenges. I don't think it's necessarily related only to entrepreneurship education as a subject, but I think generally speaking, there are other challenges when it comes to delivering lessons across the board. I mean, from my understanding, and I work with teachers on the ground almost on a daily basis, I can see a lot of teachers are using platforms like this or Zoom to kind of deliver lessons online. And I think the challenges that we face when we start using these kind of tools all the time, is that of equity, education equity, because not all students have access to digital devices. Not all students have access to fast internet connections. They can't all log in at the same time. So learning suffers. There is a lot of learning loss. And that is a very unfortunate aspect of this particular pandemic. And there are ways to solve that, but of course, that's a whole different discussion altogether. But to just kind of go back to entrepreneurship education itself from a student's perspective or from the teacher's perspective, I think we need to learn how to use situations like this and turn it around to our advantage. A lot of the times I've heard people say, we should learn how to think outside of the box. Right?
Yeah,
It's a very common statement. Think outside of the box. I disagree. I actually think we should learn how to think inside the box, and this is why being more successful in a situation like currently with the pandemic is very important, because when you start thinking inside the box, what I'm actually saying is you don't have any resources, and you still need to be successful.
yeah, that's a
So
good
how
one.
do you actually do that, right? That is because if I was to tell you think outside the box, sky's the limit. You have all the colors to play with. Paint a nice, beautiful picture. It's so easy to do. You can paint rainbows, sunflowers, mountains, beautiful green grass, blue sky, so nice. But if I give you only one paint, black, and I tell you now, paint something that is positive, you'll have to think about it a bit, because even if you want to do a smiley face is typically yellow. But it's not that it's impossible. There are ways to do it. There is a way to solve the challenge, but it just makes you think a lot more. It makes you think a lot more harder. And I think we need to train our students, and this pandemic is a good, I would say, excuse to kind of instill that quality in the students, that you need to be able to find ways to be successful no matter what the situation is. You may not have all the resources at your disposal, but you still need to find a way out. I mean, as a startup founder, this is my 5th company now, Acad Asia. We don't start out with $1 million in our bank account. When we start out, it's founders contributing their own life savings to start a company before you get your first investor check. But you still need to grow in the meantime. So with limited resources, how can you be a successful founder is the same thing that I would actually tell teachers and students, that with limited resources, how can you be innovative? How can you be creative in order to make sure that your teaching and learning is a success?
Very good. I think this is very, very informative to students to able to face the real life situation. It's not a bed of roses all the time. We must be aware that certain times it's very tough. We must make use with whatever we have and try to be successful within this situation that we are in. Thank you very much. I really
Thank
like
you.
it. Thank you. May I
Thanks.
move on to Professor Nick now? Hi, Professor Nick. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Ms. Hugh.
Good morning. I know you are the Deputy Vice Chancellor for University Malaysia Kelantan. I'm also aware that University Malaysia Kelantan is the pioneer and also the leader in terms of entrepreneurial university. Can you give me a sharing on this Malaysia landscape on entrepreneurship? Do you like to share with us how Malaysia strike off this aspect in terms of tertiary education, and what is our milestone and what we hope to achieve?
Thank you, Ms. Hugh. Okay, thank you also for the organizing committee for inviting me today. All right, I just want to speak on the general view of Malaysian governments towards entrepreneurship. So let me give a few chronology where Malaysia starts to think of entrepreneurship is the main agenda to be focused at the university level and be more structured. So due to the importance of entrepreneurship in Malaysia, UMK was established. As you all know, that Malaysian Public University were divided into three categories, and we are the focus universities that are focusing on entrepreneurship. And we were established in 2006. So with that establishment, it's actually from the mandate of the government that our university main focus is, of course, to develop entrepreneurial graduates, like what Prof. Nilesh said earlier, those who have an entrepreneurial mindset, as well as entrepreneurial, they call it graduate entrepreneur, which is sustainable in the market. We don't want our graduates not able to sustain when they graduate and become an entrepreneur. So that is the main goal of the establishment of UMK in 2006. And looking at on the enhancements of entrepreneurship at ministry level, it begins in 2010, where MOHE, which is Ministry of Higher Education, make it compulsory for all public universities to have centers of entrepreneurship at their university. So now it is not just UMK that have to think of entrepreneurship. Seems like other university, especially public university, were urged to also think of entrepreneurship education, as well as bring in students towards entrepreneurial mindset. So with this establishment, there are new action plan from 2010 to 2015, and currently we just launched entrepreneurship action plan for 2021 and 2025. So with this establishment, at MOHE, we have, they call it Unit Keusahawanan Centers for Entrepreneurship. And these centers provide support in terms of funding, national programs, as well as collaborators to the IPTs to make sure that entrepreneurship being run accordingly. And of course, currently, with the establishment of Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Cooperative, National Entrepreneurship Policy 2019 has indicates that Malaysia will become entrepreneurship nation by 2030. So therefore, again, the responsibilities were given to the university to make sure that our graduates has more numbers of becoming entrepreneurs as compared to previous years, right? Okay. So when it comes to UMK, it's quite challenging when people ask, being an entrepreneur in university, what's different are you from other public universities? So we have kept our target that by 2030, our students has to graduate and become entrepreneurs. And as for now, ministry has said at least 4% of the university graduates has to become entrepreneurs 6 months after they graduate. So it's quite, sometimes people say it doesn't make sense, but due to the problems of unemployment and everything, and of course, the programs that have been done within the university while they are studying, we hope that those who are having business while studying can carry their business out when they graduate. And they can become a job creator rather than job seeker. So that is the aim of entrepreneurial agenda of the higher institution in Malaysia. So UMK is trying to gain more than what has been said by ministry, which is for this year, we achieve about 15% of our graduates become entrepreneurs. Okay, so we are trying to become more independent in terms of structure and activities, so that the governance of we as an entrepreneurial university may be slightly different from the other public universities. And we involve more on economic and social development, because we are not just focusing on entrepreneurship education within the campus, but also outside the campus with the establishment of Institute for Small Medium Enterprise in University Malaysia Kelantan, which is KPTs themselves has recognized it as centers of excellence. And we are kind of flexible in terms of recruiting our lecturers. Most of the public universities, they are focusing on lecturers who has experience in teaching, but we are focusing on lecturers who has experience in industry and entrepreneurship. If they have businesses, they are welcome. like Prof. Neri says, you join academics because, the challenge is so huge as becoming an entrepreneur. Yeah, that is the kind of lecturers they are looking for. Okay, so we are flexible in terms of engaging and recruiting our lecturers. And at UMK, we think about cost and profit. We are more, we have to make sure that whatever programs that we organize, return on investment has to be positive. Even though, yes, we are also risk tolerance in a way, definitely not many programs that come out with income or profit that we plan, but that is actually the aim, because we want to act as a business entity rather than fully focus as an education entity. We focus on commercialization. We make sure that translational research is well translated in UMK so that all the product innovation made by the lecturers or even the final year student can be commercialized. And finally, we want everybody in UMK have entrepreneurial mindset. Okay, in terms of our ecosystem that we have established, collaborators that we have, and also we focus very much on innovation and technology. So relates to the question or relates to the comment by Prof. Nilish regarding curriculum of the university. Early of the year, the minister has officiated one new curriculum on entrepreneurship education developed by UMK, which we call it Entrepreneurship Integrated Education, EIE, which we focus on work-based learning approach, more experiential learning, like what Prof. Nerish has been shared just now. And also I want to share that UMK has one special program, which we call it 2U2I, which is mooted by the minister, previous minister, Dr. Idris Juso, but UMK successfully has graduate more than 100 students under this 2U2I. 2U2I means the student will have to be in the university for 2 years and going out with the industry chosen by the students, approved by the university, the industry that they have been chosen. So these are an example of work-based learning that we have at the university. And now we are encouraging all programs to have elements of work-based learning. Or Sulam, if you ever heard of Sulam, also being officiated by our current our ministry, where the programs has to be close to the society, the community enrichment programs that has what we call value added to the society. So that is overall environment of entrepreneurship at higher learning institution in Malaysia. Miss Yu, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Nick. Very informative. Thank you very much. I think this is very, very clear. Malaysia has set up a very clear landscape for achieving entrepreneurship or entrepreneur nations in 2030. I think what UMK have achieved is very remarkable. You have achieved milestone after milestone. And also the very fact that lately we also have what's known as integrated or work-based experience for the student. You really bring the real life situation to a classroom. Mr. English, this also, I think what our friend have shared, Prof. Nick have shared also tells that lucky, in a way, we are very proud that Malaysia, our education system have also solved the problem that you mentioned earlier, that don't make it so theoretical, don't make it textbook based. Everything have to be, get your hand dirty. I think that is very, very important. Prof. Nick have also have the questions in this pandemic situation, whether we like to admit it or not, life are very tough for many, many students, many, many parents, many, many family. Many family, our life have been turned upside down. Don't talk about entrepreneurship. They say, I can't even have food on my plate. So what's there to talk about education? What's there to talk about setting up your own business, having the right mindset for the future? How do the university, or how should we do? How should we put up our hand to help this type of students that they're facing such a tremendous situation to minimize, none of us have ever experienced this type of situation as we are facing now. Do the university take special note on? Do we have any special attention of this area?
Okay. First of all, I think everybody knows, even university graduate also knows that our unemployment rate is increasing.
Yeah.
So even statistics have shown that by 2020, it will be about 4.5% unemployment that has been predicted. And maybe 728,000 students, graduates who may be unemployed. So we have been given that scenario for our students whereby they cannot rely on employment, right? So that's why we encourage students to start thinking of become a job creator while they are studying.
Okay.
For your information, at UMK alone, we have around 1,600 students having business in campus. So we provide them with business space, like kiosks. In fact, UMK also have virtual mall. We call it unique19.com.my. So from that, since 2020, when we give that, awareness for them and so on, they are more involved in business. So we found that informal sectors, even especially online business, which as for now we call it informal sectors, is increasing. Our students alone who are involved in online business is more than 659 companies. So if you look at on the statistics, informal business in Malaysia since 2019 is 1.26 million. So the statistics also shown that most of them is between the age of 20 to 45 years old. So you could say this business is quite mushrooming nowadays and they make money. So this pandemic is actually giving them life skills, like what Prof. Naresh has been informed earlier. They need to solve their own problem. So this is what we have always have webinars, programs with our students to always remind them that they have to know how to solve their own problems, and they are not able to rely on industries to take them. Even at University Malaysia Kelantan, we have problems on getting students for internship. Not many industries want to take them because of pandemic. So, okay, we said we have a new policy. If the student have their own company, even if it is a small kiosk, you can have internship at your own company. But the company has to be registered formally. They must have SSM and so on. So that is how we give them motivation to have their own business. And we also give them fund. We also have microcredits that they can loan from us without any interest that they have to pay. So that is what we've done to help our students to come to overcome this COVID-19, especially, who just graduate. And we also help them to become innovative and creative. We do have a few products, which is coming from the research of the lecturers, and we give fund, soft loan to the lecturers to mass produce their product and give it to the student to become their agents or even their business partners. So that will be given an opportunity-driven entrepreneurship mentality, so that they have something, better off rather than selling at the kiosk or selling, nowadays there are many students jual nasi lemak and so on. We don't want to have that kind of student anymore. So all groups in the university is helping the student. Researchers come up with the innovative product, turn into commercialized product, go for mass produce, give it to the student, and let them run the business. So one of the initiative that we also plan to do at UMK is to have factory in our university.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is just to get GMP, because nowadays many our research that cannot go into the market because we cannot get the GMP, the halal, mesti best, and then something like that. So yeah, the visionary leaders is also important to develop this ecosystem. So that is one of how we overcome the challenge of COVID-19 to our students, especially those who are graduating in 2020 and 2021.
Wow, very good, Prof. Nick. I think UMK have did a fantastic job. I'm very proud that such an achievement have achieved in this sort of situation, having the virtual more encouraging students during this difficult time. They got an avenue. They don't need to let go their study. They can be entrepreneur at the same time. Okay, the work-based environment. I think this is fantastic. This is something that I'm very proud of for UMK to achieve this. Thank you, Prof. Really, this is very really give us an insight of what is mean by entrepreneurial university. And UMK have definitely have laid a very good milestone for rest of us to follow. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Okay, it seems that we have the sharing from the three panelists, Dr. Daisy, Mr. Neelish, and Prof. Nick. I think now it's time for the question and answer, a question from the general public. I think there are some questions posted up. I think some questions are directed to Dr. Daisy, some are directed to some of you. Maybe we start with Dr. Daisy. Are you able to read your question? Dr. Daisy, are you able to read? Okay, maybe you can start with your question first before I pass on to the second speaker, our second panelist.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for the questions that asking, do the project involve seed funding or the students have to figure out themselves? Okay, so for this question, I would say it's like, as a social enterprise, we support some of them, but we never full support. Because like, how can you become a social, how can you become entrepreneur if you cannot find a way by yourself? So what we are doing here, like for the students, we provide 100 scholarship for training as an entrepreneur, but you have to provide the way how to reach our place. So it's like we give you full training for free, but you have to find your way how to come to our place, and then how to stay and how to provide yourself with, because like that's a kind of one of our entrepreneurship for youth. Because like if you provide everything for them, they don't know how to struggling, and they don't know how to survive in limited resources. And then they don't know how to use their talents to create opportunities. So some of our program, so the program is, if they enter the program, we will connect them with SMEs. Why we need to connect them with SMEs? Because some of them think it's SME, just SMEs. And then they think like when you do something, it has, now the students, they always think about startups, that's it. Okay, they have to have a huge amount of money to start things. They're not going. I really agree with Mr. Nelis said like you have to have a lot of resources when you start things, but then we connect them with SMEs. They come into SMEs, work with them, live with them, learn what they are doing. Then can you do that? Then so that's how we teach them. So in this we more talking about not financial resources, but how they have to prepare themselves as entrepreneur. I mean, like you can learn about hard skills, but you need to have the mindset first. How can you become entrepreneur without a mindset? So that's the idea. So that's I hope that answer your questions. The first question. And the second question is about how we manage our project. So that's why we collaborate, similar like Nilis, we also cannot do everything by ourselves. We collaborate with different stakeholders. So for example, Indonesia have 34 provinces. And then in every areas where we work also with the higher educations there. We choose the university partners, and then we work with the local government. We work with the business there. So we have a hub there. So they will duplicate our work. They can create by themselves, co-create the program by themselves. So that's how we manage things very fast in Indonesia, because Indonesia is very huge. we cannot yeah, so that's how we work. So if you said we are using PMO, yeah, it kind sort of, but we give the freedom for any of our partners and to co-create what we are doing. So they have independency because every region, they have different challenges, they have different resources that they need to explore. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daisy. And you what you're highlighting is very, very close to what Mr. Neelish have highlighted. Students must get their hand dirty. If everything is spoon fed to them, they might not value what they achieve at the end of the day, and they think everything comes very, very easy. And then also entrepreneurship, as it's highlighted from day one or from the first statement, it involves more than one person. It's a collective of stakeholders that work together to ensure things are successful. But UMK have highlighted in Malaysia, in UMK, we do have microcredit for students. When we assist those selected students, I'm sure it's not everyone, the selected students are able to have some funding to start off things. I think this is something that is might be also something that all of us can consider in difficult times, especially now the pandemic situation. Many students may need to be entrepreneurial, able to self-finance their own studies, self-finance their own living expenses. The parent may be not so well off, or the parent may not have a job anymore. So this type of mindset, this type of skill will be very, very important. And I think what Dr. Daisy and what Prof. Nick have shared definitely gels with what also Mr. Neelish have highlighted, how the future is like, how pandemic have changed everything. Students those days enjoyed the best, but now they have to really strike on their own and able to survive and able to strike out a future of their own. Thank you, Dr. Daisy. This is very good. Maybe can we pass on to the question that's highlighted by the public for Mr. Ninish?
Yeah, sure. So actually, the question I have is how to teach your student risk taking and managing risk. Um, I think I would probably put the question back to the student or whoever's asked me the question is tell me one thing in life that is not risky. We are all living on a ball of rock which is spinning, I don't know how many thousand miles an hour, around the sun, which is also spinning in the Milky Way, not suspended with anything. It's like literally, we're just held together by gravity. If that's not risky, then what is, right? So risk is everywhere, but how do you mitigate and how do you manage the risk is something that is important. So what we normally used to do is, again, it all boils down to how do you actually design your curriculum. And what we do is what I used to do at that point was the way I designed the content and the lesson. Right on day one itself, students have already passed the module. They already have the marks needed to pass the module. 50 marks done. So if you basically every single week, I would then give them a project or an assignment which they have to do. So it's not about coming to class and listening to me talk. It's basically go online, go and figure out what you're supposed to do, go do it, and then come back and share the results with me and tell me what you learned and how you might want to improve on what you have done, right? So and then every week they get graded. So their marks are released to them every single week, and they can see that their marks are actually going up or going down, going up or going down. And it becomes like almost like a gamification in a classroom, right? Where because students are competitive, whether you like it or not, they're all competitive. They all want to know what grade is my friend getting, what grade is somebody else getting, and that strives them to do better. And that's the risk they take. I mean, every single week they learn about risk, because when they're out there, whatever they're doing, it might not work. They might actually fail. But what is more important is how we grade. So I don't grade them on on the fact that their project failed. What I grade them is, what did they do after that?
Okay.
After they failed, what happened? I mean, so when the students start seeing how you're marking, they change their tune, and they will start making sure that they do things after they fail. And they show you, and they'll tell you, hey, prof, this is what I've done after I failed. This is how I've changed. This is how I pivoted. This is my new idea. And that's what's more interesting. And that's what I'm interested in terms of, grading and helping teachers and helping students learn about risk, about, that everything is risky in life. You have to take those chances, take chances. Even if you fail, it's fine, but learn quickly and move forward. Don't be, stuck in a moment where you're always thinking, if only is gone, what next? What next is important. And also, if I could add one more point here, if I could be permitted, Dr. Hugh, is I wanted to kind of address one point. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Nick on a great job that UMK is doing. But I think one particular thing which I find that is still missing from the entire entrepreneurship element, education element, is your PMETs. Every single country in Asia is facing a large rate of unemployment. A lot of middle-aged people with lots and lots of experience are losing jobs. Why not bring them into the fold? Why not give them the entrepreneurial skills and get them to work directly with students, so that you have somebody who's very experienced, who understands how, what problems the industry is facing and what kind of solutions might work. And then you have that that person paired with a student who is exuberant, full of energy, very positive, can only see all the good in the world, right? I think a lot of universities and a lot of education institutions are missing out on that opportunity so far. And that is something I think once people start looking at that, you'll be killing two birds with one stone. One is you'll be providing an opportunity for the unemployed PMETs to find a new lease of life. And secondly, you will find the second thing that you'll be doing is you will be really building creative and successful entrepreneurship enterprises, because you obviously, when you're starting out for the first time, you will never succeed. Very rare that you will succeed. Very, very rare. I mean, it's really daunting. That is the harsh reality of life. And when you pair the person with somebody who's also learning side by side, because as a PMET, I may not have the entrepreneurial mindset, I may not have the entrepreneurial skill set, but if I can learn that at the same time as the student, so we both are students, it's just that we have an age gap. That's about the only thing, but we are on the same level. I think the results might be a lot more better in the long run. But that's just my 2 cents. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Neelish. Maybe Prof. Nick, can you share some of the things that you're doing, what been highlighted by Mr. Neelish?
I agree very much. Prof. We have to get this hands-on experience to help the the new students who wants to embark into entrepreneurs. Yes, like I said earlier, we are welcome. Our academicians who have this kind of experience. So anybody here listen to this forum can apply to UMK to become a lecturer if you have, that kind of experience. Either, not necessarily being a contract lecturer or something like that. You can become our fellow. We do have a lot of fellowship among the entrepreneurs, but maybe there are many more out there that willing to contribute what we don't know. But we don't know, because we are from Kelantan, which is not many is really willing to come over. But with the new technology, dissemination of knowledge, information will be easy. Even from Indonesia, Dr. Daisy, if you have any, we are welcome. And I welcome very much the idea from Dr. Neelish that yes, we need to have that kind of support from the entrepreneurs as well.
Thank you.
That's my comment. I thank you for the ideas, very great things that I think need to be implemented not only at UMKs, but also at other universities. We have so many brainies out there, but because of COVID, nobody can, everybody have to face it. So yeah, we have to, tap on their potential. So I would like to welcome them to UMK.
Thank you, Prof. Nick. Mr. Nilesh, based on the questions that's posted to you about the risk-taking and managing risks, do you have any idea, or do we advocate any risk appetite to the student? Let's say you should be a risk seeker, what's the balance of how to balance being the extreme, being a risk seeker and risk aversion. Do we highlight this to the students when we are educating them?
Yeah, actually, I think generally speaking, from an Asian perspective, the way we are raised by our parents is to be risk averse. That's just the
Yes.
general. That's just the general Asian perspective. I
Yes.
mean, I'm an Asian. Grew up. My parents, told me like, okay, just get a 9-to-5 job. Don't even think about doing anything crazy. But of course, I was one of those kids who never listened to my parents. So. But but having said that, I think it's important for us to kind of highlight to students the advantages or the disadvantages of being either. I don't think it's good to be to be completely risk averse, or to be and neither is it good to be like such a huge risk taker that you put all your life savings and that's it, it's gone. There has to be a fine line somewhere, and that that is important for us to kind of highlight to our students. And like I said, I mean, there are different ways to kind of teach that. Like I just gave you an example before, where it's about how I grade and how I mark. And because every project which they do is risky, every decision they take is risky. It might work, it might not work, but then what do you do after that is something that I'm looking at from a grading perspective. So so there are different ways to kind of build that into your curriculum, but it's important for us to highlight that, absolutely, because otherwise you're going to have a generation which basically says, oh, entrepreneurship is very risky, I don't want to do anything with it. That's it. Yes, it is risky, but like I said, everything in life is risky. Everything in life is risky.
Yes, every aspect of it. But I think
Yeah.
what you highlight is very true. Students have to be educated what kind of risk appetite they should be following. As they say, too extreme will be not good for them. But they should know that in life they have to take certain degree of risk. By having the grading system, you also highlight to them they should not go for 0 mark or go for 100 mark. That is too extreme. So maybe that is a very good one. Thank you very much. Maybe Prof. Ning, you can answer the question that posted to you.
Okay, looking at the question, do we interview students to go into UMK? Yes, we do, only for 2U to I programs. We do have a special program for entrepreneurship, which is called 2U to I, under Faculty of Business and Entrepreneurship. So in order for the students to join that 2U to I programs, they have to go through 3 levels of interviews, because we want to make sure that, first of all, they do have think of what kind of business that they want to do. They have to come up with their business model canvas and so on. Or maybe they are from the family business, because we do have a lot of family business in Malaysia, which is not even up to 2nd generation. So we encourage students who has a family business that wants to carry their business or their family business. So we go through interviews. First interview. Second interview will be on communication skills, because that's the only programs that has to go through interviews, especially related to entrepreneurship. The rest of it, like architectures, like any arts and design, which is have to show your portfolios and your design. That one is, I think all universities have a similar approach on interviews. But for entrepreneurship, others, it's not, they don't have to go through interviews, but 2U to I, yes. And I also would like to just share a little bit with our friend here. UMK entrepreneurship subject is cut across all faculty. So meaning that regardless of whether they are science, arts, or businesses, they have to fulfill 12 credit hours of entrepreneurship subject. Because we wish that, of course, we wish that even not right after they graduate, 5 years or 10 years after they graduate, if they learn veterinary medicine, they will tend to thinking of having their clinics of their own. Same to those who are, from agro industry or science, earth science, and so on. So the knowledge of entrepreneurship were given from the first year until the 4th year. So that's a compulsory subject that they have to take in UMK. And starting 2018, if I'm not mistaken, Ministry of Education also make it compulsory to all IPT to have at least one subject equivalent to 3 credit hours for all students at IPT to take as a core subject, which is entrepreneurship. But unlike UMK, we make it mandatory that the students have to take 4 subjects. Yeah. So that is
very good, very good. It's really different and a very good spectrum how things are happening in higher education. I must also share in SIGI, we also do likewise. We want to prepare the student, we want to prepare everyone that walk in, can be an entrepreneur in their life at one point or another. If they choose to be an employee or you choose to be on your own to do business or to do something, they are prepared. They have the right mindset, they have the skill. I think that is very, very important. Thank you. Just there's one question that's posted. It's not directed to any of the panelists, but I want to share with you. Maybe one of you can answer that. How do you label a student as a successful entrepreneur? So how we classify the student? You are a successful entrepreneur. Is it through the skill, the SB, means the entrepreneurial skill, or the mindset, or we set certain project for them and they score the highest mark and they say, oh, you are a successful entrepreneur. Maybe we start with Mr. Neelish. You've been handling a lot of this type of forum and seminar. Maybe you can share with us how you classify a student as a successful entrepreneur.
I think there is nothing like a successful entrepreneur, because the moment an entrepreneur says that they are successful, then I think they are going to get bored. And because a real entrepreneur will always want to make it even better, make it, kind of improve on whatever it is that they are doing and keep on growing to the next level and to the next level. I mean, if you look at some of the biggest startups in the world, some of the die-hard entrepreneurs, they don't quit. In spite of, I'll give you a great example of the recently Jeff Bezos. I mean, Amazon, what more can you do? I mean, you think about it, right? What more can you do? And he goes and starts a space rocket company and flies off to space, even if it's for a few hours. Now, I'm not saying that all of us should be looking at doing that, but the point I'm trying to make is, I don't think we should be branding entrepreneurs as being successful or unsuccessful, because the fact that somebody even wants to try, I think that's success enough. I mean, because not many people even want to try to build something from scratch. So the fact that somebody even has tried is fantastic. In fact, it's quite sad that a lot of us, we tend to kind of go and congratulate people who are successful, but we forget to go and support the ones who are not. So it's the same thing over here. The moment I tell you that, hey, this particular entrepreneur is successful, what happens to all the millions and the thousands of other startups which are failing? For out of every 1,000 startups, maybe only one might be successful in that sense. And when I say successful, maybe they've raised a round of investment and they've maybe got a certain regional presence. But the fact that somebody wants to start up is good enough for me. Whether they succeed, whether they fail, that's besides the point. If they succeed, then I think they might just give up because they might be bored. Yeah, so that's as far as I'm concerned.
Very good, very good. This is a very excellent answer. I think as long as you attempt, that is the right mindset already. You're already a successful. Measurement of success can never be one. It can be your own achievement. You can be many aspects. It does not mean it must be material gain. Thank you. Prof. Nick or Daisy, do you have anything to comment on this?
I will give a chance to comment for our student,
Mm.
as long as they don't give up, because I agree with Prof. Nilesh that there's no such thing as, as an entrepreneur feel that they are successful. They want to more and more and more. So as long as they don't give up, they stay in the place, in the market where they are, I think they are successful already. Because sometimes successful is just due to time, due to luck, due to opportunity. So if they are able to see the opportunity in front of them and, will follow through, I think they are successful already. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you, Nick. That is a good one. As long as you don't give up. What about you, Dr. Daisy? Do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I agree exactly with Prof. Nick and also Nilis, because I personally, I don't like to labeling someone as a successful entrepreneur, something like that. But because it just, okay, how you manage, say them success and they reach that level and then they reach another level and then you say another success. So, I mean, it's because encouragement to do something that's already successful. I mean, you're already success to manage your fear, taking action. And then after you dare to do that, then you have another one. How you keep staying there and then move forward. Perseverance. You have to be then to reach your vision. Like Nilis already said about Jeff Bezos. Already have everything, but he still have something else. He wants to go further. So that's the vision. So that's how the entrepreneur works. So I mean, how you manage, how you say success, you still have a lot of things to achieve in the future. So you keep working on it. You're not quit in the middle. And I mean, you fail 100 times, you will see that as a learning point, and then you go up, and then you move forward, you learn from it, you improve yourself. They're already successful. So yeah, thank you.
That is a good one. Three of you give very good point, which I totally in agreement with all of you. HFS success can never be measured in any form. It's in your heart, in your mind, in the mind of every one of us. Okay, thank you. I think this is a very, very interesting forum. And I think we must really thank the panelists for sharing very good info with the rest, with all of us today. Okay, do you have anything, the panelists or the Prof. Nick, Dr. Daisy, or Mr. Nilesh, do you have anything to contribute or would you like to share some more on any area? No. Okay, with this itself, I think our session is close to an end. Thank you very much. First of all, lastly, I want to thank the organizer, IPPTN, USM, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, for the great effort during this pandemic to have this forum also. It's not easy to organize this and this situation where we cannot meet face to face. Everything has to be online, and to many is still quite new a platform to some of the people. And thank you for the panel member as well allocating your time for this conference as well as the audience. I want every one of us to take care, stay safe. May the best come to all of us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you, Miss you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you for the interesting insights about higher education and entrepreneurship during unprecedented times from the moderator and panelists. All right, so now it is the time for us to refill and refresh ourselves as we are going to have a lunch break. Please be reminded that CPD points are awarded for the session. The link will be given in the chat box. There are two links. One is for CPD points and another one is for the certificate. And QR code will also be displayed on screen for the participants. We'll meet again at 2:30 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you.
Thank you.
you so much.
Thank you.
also collaborating with its parent company, Cyberdynamic Holdings Berhad, and the Virtual Park to provide internships and job opportunities to our graduates.
mission is to become a university with a distinguished global outlook, featuring first-class research and teaching, embracing cultural diversity. The mission of our university is to nurture young talent with dignity and wisdom, and turn them into fine citizens of the region who will make contribution to the prosperity of the people and the social progress of Malaysia, China, and ASEAN countries.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin again at 2:30 p.m. So another 5 minutes from now. Thank you. I repeat, we shall start again in 5 minutes time at 2:30 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Next, I would like to invite our elite panels for the next discussion based on the topic post-COVID-19, making advancing digital education indispensable. The panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Abdullahi Musa Ashafa, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Kaduna State University in Nigeria. He is a professor of diplomatic and military history at the Kaduna State University in Nigeria. He was a senior research fellow at the Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, NIIA, in Lagos, Nigeria. He was the dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Kaduna State University, and has published extensively in journals and books. Please welcome Professor Abdullahi Musa Ashafa. Professor Abdullahi, you can hear me? Please unmute so that we can hear you as well.
Prof. Ashfa, are you there? Hello, Prof. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Professor, we can hear you.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, panelists.
Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello, yes. Oh my God. Hello, panelists.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. So thank you very much. You are welcome to this panel. In this panel, we have three presentations or three speakers. We have one, excuse me. Oh my God. We have three presenters, Mr. Bilal Musharraf, Vice President Partnerships, Noon Academy, United Kingdom. We have Mr. Nahuruddin Muhammad Nasir, the Head of Digital Talent Pipeline, Tertiary Digital Skills and Jobs Division Malaysia, Digital Economy Corporation Malaysia. And the third one, let me see. It's a little problem here. Hello?
Your voice is coming through fine.
Oh, okay, sorry. We have Dr. Michael Flevin. Flevin is an academic at King's College London. He holds a degree, master's degree, and 2 doctorates. He is the author of 4 books and is an editor-in-chief with research and learning technology. So we have some questions that we are going to look at. With regard to this presentation. Dr. Michael Flavin, Senior Lecturer in Global Education, Principal Office, King's College London. Mr. Bilal Musharraf, Vice President Partnerships, Noon Academy, United Kingdom. And Dr. Sumitra Nair, Vice President, Digital Skills and Jobs Division, Malaysia, Digital Economy Corporation. The synopsis is as follows. Please listen. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically changed the higher education teaching and learning system with the remarkable rise of e-learning and digital platforms. However, some challenges need to be overcome. The country, institutions, educators, and students without reliable information and communication technology, resources, and access are struggling to participate in this new wave of digital teaching and learning. More importantly, higher education institutions have to revamp existing teaching and learning policies and strategies to support online and digital learning. The prominent issues concern allocation and investment in technology and facilities, as well as staff training and professional development. The panel discussion will highlight one, what the intersection of disruptive technology and global outbreak means for higher education teaching and learning. Two, how this situation enhances valuable intellectual property, market share, and partnership models of higher education institutions with outside firms. And lastly, the best practices and policy recommendations for the future higher education teaching and learning. So in this case, I will ask each of the panelists a question. For Bilal, can you please answer this question? COVID-19 pandemic has forced campuses around the world to close, and a large part of teaching and learning was forced to go online. This situation has exposed the readiness of institutions to embark on digital education, as well as the access to students to technology in continuing their education. What have been the challenges for higher education to make advancement with digital education? This is for Dr. Bilal.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. So I've been in the education technology sector for a decade. I was part of the founding team at Khan Academy in the US, mostly in the pre-university space. So a lot has happened since then, and the education sector was gradually moving, actually has been moving towards a less capital intensive way of delivering education for since the internet has been around. There was a study that came out 2 years ago by Goldman Sachs talking about how the trends that have been in play, but it concluded by saying that really for a transformation to take place, it required a significant investment by governments and the private sector and a social buy-in for really a true transformation to happen. And what COVID has done is it has proven to be a catalyst in that respect, because overnight higher education and school education had to deal with school closures, institutional closures, and really put the processes in place to engage students remotely. So that has happened, and all institutions have figured out, have evaluated systems that are in the marketplace to see how they can engage students. So that social buy-in has taken place. Having said that, and even though I'm in that space, I think the jury is out there on whether education technology is doing an effective job in really impacting learning outcomes. So I think we have to, from a pedagogical standpoint, evaluate how educators are able to engage students more effectively. That's stop right here.
Okay. Thank you. Musharraf?
Yes.
From the challenges, how can institutions react and change to strengthen digital education? With this, I mean, how can students and learners, as well as lecturers, teachers, utilize technology and digitalization for education purposes? Musharraf.
Yeah, so there is what we've seen over the last decade plus is that there is now a plethora of content now available on the World Wide Web. So there is no dearth of content. Where now the stage we are at now today is to really curate content. The initial stage was of creating content, but there is now a lot of content and in all languages. So now we are looking to use machine learning, which is also referred to as artificial intelligence, to really find the relevant content for a student that can help in their journey towards learning. So finding the right content and also finding the right educators to support their learning, the process of learning. So there are many different sources in higher education where content and educators are available. So it's not what there are platforms like Future Learn in the UK, or you can have you have Coursera, edX. There are aggregators like Class Central, which are evaluating the best courses that are being offered for different subjects. So looking at those can help students.
Okay. Mr. Flavin?
On that second question, yes?
Yeah.
Well,
how can, hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
How can institutions react and change to strengthen digital education?
I think one of the things that we need to do is to design for online. So like a lot of universities, when the pandemic hit, we suddenly had to relocate a large volume of traditional learning and teaching content into the online medium. In so doing, we were not really factoring in the deterministic effects of the medium itself. Now that online learning has quickly become a norm, I think the opportunity is there now to look at how we've designed our learning content, our classes, so that we factor in the effects of the medium itself. It seems to me that one of the ways we approach this, and I think this is probably not entirely helpful, is to throw in one technology after another and different capacities in the technology. And I think it posits a problematic equation between complex technologies and quality. I think low-tech solutions can still be good solutions. So in my experience, a lot of virtual learning environments are used as content repositories for individual modules and programs. But if that's what VLEs are good at, then let them do that. We don't necessarily have to see one more technology and one more technology and one more technology as necessarily a good sign in itself. I think another thing that's happened from this is that we're now evaluating our capacity. You know, were we ready for this pandemic? I think in common with most universities, probably not. I think we reacted very well, very fleet-footed, but you really have to look at what kind of capacity do we develop on a technological front to deal with crises of this kind. My main takeaway would be that from originally relocating a lot of our existing content online, we're now at the stage where we think, let's design our content primarily for online learning, because there are indications that that is going to be an important, possibly dominant modality in the times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. But still, Flavin, how can the students and the teachers utilize this technology and digitalization for education purposes?
I think we have to be willing to challenge the potential impersonality of the digital medium. When you're in a physical classroom, you have all the paralinguistic clues, people generating ideas from each other. As somebody who's been teaching online for a long time as well as face-to-face. My own preference is still for being in a room with students, precisely because I think the unexpected is more likely to happen where you have that paralinguistic information. So I think for me that's important. I think another thing that's important that's come across in the last year and a half really is it's exposed some inequalities in our systems. So I'm speaking to you from the UK. I teach at a university in London. We have, good net quality, good broadcasting quality, but we have an international body of students, not all of whom have found it easy all the time to access the content we've put online. So I think there's been an interesting amplifier effect of the pandemic around exposing some inequalities. And so, for example, I'm delighted to be on a panel this morning that is international and ethnically diverse, but I can't help but be conscious that it's a 100% male panel. So I think even in this forum now, there are perhaps lessons we could learn really quite adeptly about extending opportunity and challenging inequality. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Flavin. Dr. Sumatra Nair, are you there? Dr. Nair.
Hi, Dr. Abdullahi. Actually, I think you're referring to the thing. Dr. Nai unfortunately cannot be with us, so I am Nick, also from MDEC Malaysia.
Oh, okay, so please, can you respond to this question?
Sorry, which question? Okay.
The Vice President of India recently said, and I quote, "Online education cannot be a substitute for conventional classroom learning." Do you agree with him?
Oh, I think that's something which is still very much open to debate. I saw this question earlier and I started looking around and I see there's still a lot of discussions ongoing, both rooting for or against this statement. But I think it all depends because you have to look at which area, which subject matter are we talking about. Maybe this is more relevant. Online learning can be more relevant for those disciplines which don't require hands-on experience, which you don't need to go to, let's say, a lab or a studio, right, to create content in the studio together with your teammate and all that, or you need to go run some experiment in the labs. So probably this is okay, but for those fields where, like for example, medical, then definitely you need to have a real physical feel, touch and feel of your patient, right? Same for, like say, engineering and all that. You need to have a certain level of face-to-face engagement. So for those, probably will take some time for technology to be able to catch up to our expectation. And by technology, I mean by having extended reality experience built into your education experience, by having AI built into the whole teaching and learning thing. But even with those technology coming in place, I still doubt that it is 100% comparable to the physical experience. And that's just on the learning experience, street learning and learning experience. But as you know, learning experience is not only about reading or about the subject matter. It's also about the communal experience that you experience together with your classmates, right? The social experience that you go and hang out with your fellow students at the cafeteria. You argue about which students are most popular and all that. So you cannot really have that in your online experience. So in short, to answer your question, it probably will take some time for the online education to be a substitute for the conventional learning.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we can now go for question and answers from participants that are watching us. Are the questions ready, Secretariat? Hello? Hello, Sarah? So, viewers and participants, you have listened to our panelists, and if there is any questions, they can respond to, so that at least it will be able to address some of your concerns with regard to this transformation in digital learning in our higher education institutions. So if the questions are ready, we can begin to ask some of these questions so that the panelists can react.
Thank you so much. I will be asking from the control room. So I couldn't have the opportunity to type the question because I was part of the control room. Thank you so much, finalists, for this wonderful discussion on this very important topic in this material time of digital education. We found ourselves for one reason or the other, though it has been there for a long time, but we couldn't be able to. Dr. Nick, let me just ask you a question quickly. Can you share in what ways digital competitiveness relate to our future talent and workforce? I mean, how do those competencies relate to the future talent? I mean, and the workforce, and especially looking at the current fourth industrial revolution. How can that relate? How is that related?
Sorry, that question was for me?
Yeah.
And if I can repeat your question, is you're asking about how can future talents relate to this pandemic, or?
No, the digital competencies, how can they be related to our future talent and workforce?
Okay, all right, thank you. Right, so actually digital competency is a very critical subject matter. If I may quote, there was a study by Google last year. They call it Google E-Economy Southeast Asia 2020. And they noted a few interesting trends, right? Number one, as a result of the COVID-19 situation, two technology sectors have been growing very, very fast. Number one is health tech, and number two is education tech, health tech and tech. So those are the two sectors which have been growing really hard. And EdTech, the growth of EdTech shows that the demand and take-up of education-related technology has been growing tremendously, right? The study also noted that there are 6 key barriers to internet economic growth, right? So these 6 key barriers, they are: number one is internet access. It means low access means high barrier. So good access means lower barrier. Barrier number two is e-payments. Take up of e-payment as a mode of transaction for e-commerce and all that. And number three is consumer trust, the level of trust that consumers have to be engaged in e-commerce transaction as well as other e-services, right? Maybe e-government and all those. So those are consumer trust, number three. Number four is in terms of availability of funding to fund all this tech growth. And number five is logistics related concerns. Number six, So all these five, the five barriers I mentioned just now, saw a great progress, especially in Southeast Asia. That means internet access has been growing tremendously. E-payments acceptance, consumer trust has been growing. Funding logistic issues are being resolved. Number 6, and the only one which is still lacking, is talent. Because talent, you name it, whatever sector, because of the take-up of digital across all economic sectors, so the demand for talent has been growing, and the producers like the tertiary education system and all that, they, as you know, they are unable to quickly and efficiently respond to such monumental change as per the COVID-19 situation, right? So they highlighted that number one barrier to internet economic growth is the lack of talent. So it is now imperative for us as educators. I say us as educators, even though I'm not a professor at any university, but we at MDEC, we deal a lot with universities, and we know intimately what's been happening at a number of institutions. So it's imperative that we respond strategically and forcefully to meeting this demand, because as you know, COVID-19 is going to linger around with us for some time to come, and we need to be able to supply the right talent in order to fuel the growth of these all these economic activities, right? So that's my response to your question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a very insightful response to this question. If I may ask Dr. Felvin, what has been the challenges of advancement with digital education, specifically on higher education, specifically at institutional level? What has been the issues, I mean, the challenges being faced by different various higher institutions, maybe different contexts, if you can share one or two?
I think certainly everything's seen now in the context of the pandemic. And I think the speed with which we had to react was a major challenge. And so if I can put it on a personal footing, I had a face-to-face course that I was teaching at my university where we had a limit of 46 students because of room capacity and so forth. And then over the summer, 2020, summer of 2020, leading to the academic year 2020-21, I redesigned that course for online learning, which meant, of course, the ceiling on numbers no longer applied. And I suddenly went from having 46 students to having 300. Now, for those 300 students, every one of them had 4 assignments that needed marking. So I suddenly found myself in the last academic year with an extraordinary volume of work to attend to in the assessment process. And invariably, then that draws from your capacity to offer pastoral support and one-to-one support to students. So a kind of paradox of the pandemic was I think I probably had my most laborious year of my career last time out. So I think the pandemic is a huge challenge, but then you think of its secondary impacts. And this is why I think now that we've got time to evaluate at events such as this, we need to, it will be beneficial to us to think about, well, look, pretty much universally, we took the content we had and delivered it on the online medium. Now let's think about how we design that material. So I gave a lot of online lectures last year because I wasn't giving face-to-face classes. I'm teaching the same course again online in 2021-22. And so in 3 of the 10 classes, I've completely reworked them so that they are interactive online sessions where we're going to be using polling software so that you're actually drawing students into the experience. I think staring at a screen can be very soporific. So if we now take the advantage of looking at how we actually design for these online environments and build student engagement into our classes. So for me, I think that's a major challenge that the pandemic has affected and that I think is going to be ongoing. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. This is quite insightful response to this question. Now, I'm going to try another question to the finalists, maybe for all of them to share their view. Recently in Malaysia, there was International Policy Forum on Flexible Learning Pathways organized by IIEP and UNESCO, as well as Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility and Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education. In that forum, one of the most important component highlighted was micro-credentials has become a practical approach or the way forward to cater the needs of equity groups within the demand on higher education. But so my question to the panelists is, what are the practical aspects that we need to be mindful in the process of accelerating the implementation of micro-credentials within the Malaysian higher education, not just for universities, communities, but also welcome to the general public, including those from equity groups to enroll short-term courses. What are the components, what are those items that we need to be very mindful in trying to consider these micro-credentials as a way forward toward catering groups like the equity groups? So I'm throwing the question to the panelists. Maybe everyone can share his own thought or view on that.
I can take a crack at it.
Sorry?
I can take a first pass at the question.
Okay, please welcome.
So Malaysia, like many economies, has high priority economic growth areas. So for those areas, if it has curated content available in on a site, because one challenge out there is that it is difficult for learners to know what is the best content for like machine learning or application development or whatever the new emerging areas are. So if whatever areas are in line with Malaysia's own economic growth priority, I think it would be helpful for students to know, to go to one place, one portal where perhaps the ministry or whoever the relevant authority is able to curate the global resource online courses that are available and make the best courses available for students to benefit from. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Pilar. Maybe I will have from Mike, possibly, this particular question.
Yes, I can also say a couple of things about this. I think in Malaysia, micro-credential is relatively new. The first guideline on micro-credential came out in late 2019. And then after that, COVID sets in. So regardless of that, I think the ministry have been promoting this. I think that's good. So the first step is for the probably ministry to start urging the universities to come up, produce more micro-credential. And to me personally, I think that the micro-credentials being to be introduced or to be recognized should be those which are relevant to the industry. So the second step is to get industry players to start working with the universities to create and curate relevant content, which not only the students but also the general public can subscribe to, right? So it will help in their ongoing lifelong learning journey. And number three, of course, like what Dr. Musharraf said, we need for this to have a centralized information portal where maybe the ministry or maybe the Malaysian Qualifications Agency can be the responsible party to host these resources. And to top it up, maybe there can be some sort of ranking and rating system to show which ones are more popular and more relevant to which group of learners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Flavin, you have anything to share with us?
Higher education is closely linked with enhanced employability. And I think the challenge, therefore, is to get employers to recognize micro-credentials. If we're expecting students to invest and engage in these courses, then I think there needs to be a clear sense of the extrinsic value that it will enhance employability. And so I think it's analogous to other issues. In the UK in recent years, there's been talk at ministerial level about accelerated degrees, which would mean in practice not having the long summer break and essentially completing a degree a lot sooner. There are arguments for and against, but I think one of the key barriers to that happening is, will employers take that qualification seriously? If someone's obtained an honours degree after, in some cases, only 2 years of study. So I think it's all well and good to create micro-credentials, and I can see how they have potential for drawing in participation in higher education from communities that historically haven't engaged in higher education. But I think the key test would be whether the credits gained would have credibility with employers. And my sense is a lot of work will have to be done around the message, around the marketing of these courses, around employer engagement, to create the conditions in which the courses are seen as credible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this response in regard to micro-credentials and how, or what are the items, or what are the components we need to be mindful in trying to practically implement it within the system.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Tau.
Or within Malaysian higher education. The next question comes from Dr. Doria Abdullah. She was specifically asking, we are currently accepting technology as temporary solution for education. How do we build trust in technology among educators and the community? I'm throwing questions to all panelists for them to share. Yeah, there's a lot of people making comment here and there on the lack of trust between the technology, and the educators, as well as the community. So how can we deal with that? How can we bridge that gap? Or how can we address that, that challenge?
I can take a first pass at it. So ideally, one wouldn't want to overnight switch over to a new way of delivering education. If it's if one can gradually, every subject can be taught using this new way of engaging students. So it probably makes sense to like start introducing gradually, like if institutions were open and offline classrooms were being held, to have at least a couple of sessions every week be online, because that's a different way of engaging students. In some ways, it's even richer. It's more personalized. It can be. So for every educator to evaluate how they could explore the delivery of the content and how they can engage students in this new medium, and build trust that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nike, you have any response in with regard to how we can build trust between education, technology, and the community?
Yes, thank you. Maybe I can add a bit to that. I think, as in anything, trust and respect is earned, right? So you have to prove that the tech works in order for you to gain trust, right? So in our dealings with the universities, like I said, we are MDEC, we deal with quite a number of universities, some of them closer than others. We know for a fact that there are universities which were more prepared than others in facing the COVID. Of course, there are others, but I can quote one specific example because I have close working relationship with them. This is one of the universities in Malaysia, UTM. Even before COVID, they already have a dedicated unit within UTM. They call it UTM Digital, Department of Digital Services. So this department is like an outsourced department, outsourced unit where all faculties they outsource their requirement to this unit, and this unit helps them with the infrastructure, with the security aspect, apps development, even for the different faculties, as well as services involving software and facilities. So when COVID arrived, we saw that they were quite ready and quite quick to adapt to the online learning environment. Another university that we also work closely with is UITM. UITM back in 2018, their vice chancellor announced that 2018 is a digital year for UITM. So they started this UITM Digital Campus, which provide students with different apps to access the different services, such as iLearn, library services, financial services. So as an institution, I think we saw that the university, the lecturers, the students were more ready to deal with online learning when they were forced into a corner. So I think it's important at the institutional level for the institution to have a clear and conscious direction that they are going to go digital. And when this is communicated clearly to the whole community, and they come up with the right policies, infrastructure, and services to support this, then that's how they build the trust among their community. So this is also the same, I think, for all other universities, and not only universities, even for companies. Because companies, because I'm coming from the industry as well, companies, when they, with the COVID, we also had to migrate to working from home. So how do we build trust amongst the workers and the employers and the employees, right? How do the employers know that the workers will be working instead of playing games, or instead of working, going shopping and all that? So this is all trust, which over time the companies started introducing the right policies in order to regulate this, and in order to give some sort of leeway to the staff to also take care of their personal needs while working, right? So in short, you need to support to provide the right policy, provide the right environment, the right policy, the right training to your staff in order to create the trust. When with the trust, then it will be smooth sailing for the lecturers as well as the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this insightful response, especially given an example with industry scenario, which I think that this is something we can learn from in higher education. Dr. Felvin, you have anything to say on this? Or?
From a slightly naive perspective, being London-based, but it surprises me a little if trust is still an issue in relation to technology, at least on the instrumental level. So I had my first lectureship back in 1999, which is a horribly despairing fact, but there you go. And so I was there when online learning first came in to the academy, and there was a period of kind of socialization, and there were people who experienced lots of technological difficulties. But in 2021, I would be surprised if that was still a major issue. Now, I think there are other levels of trust that do merit exploration these days, There is that whole question of data privacy and data ownership, and there are numerous instances of social networking technologies being used to support learning and teaching in higher education. But of course, if you enter data on Facebook, that data no longer belongs to you. It belongs to Facebook. So I think there are those secondary trust issues around data privacy and online surveillance. But I think the core issue of trust in the technology, for me, and as I said, I'm coming at it from a specific cultural context, but for me, that in and of itself doesn't really exist as a problem.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us, and I hope we have addressed the responses. I mean, I'll address the question given by the Dr. Doria Abdullah. Can I ask the next question? We have a question from Dr. Eridawati Bukar. She was asking specifically how the current educational pedagogical practice at higher education be improved so that preserves students' right to access quality education during the time. The question is on the floor. Dr. Bilal, maybe you want to start sharing something on this?
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Okay. The question says, how can the current educational pedagogical practices at higher education be improved so that it preserves the student right access quality education during disrupted time?
I guess, I mean, I would take this to mean how can this remote way of delivering education be more effective? So educators will, I think it's been shown that asynchronous way of delivering content where, you know, learners are left to their own devices to consume lectures is not really, there's a higher dropout rate. So live engagement seems to have better outcomes, learning outcomes, and cold calling works really well to keep everyone engaged, and breakout sessions where students get to also engage with each other in smaller groups, as opposed to very large cohorts in which they get disengaged. I think those are some instruments that can be used to make this new way of delivering education more effective. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing this. Nike, you have anything to share on this, on how we can still preserve the student right to quality education despite being in this era of disruption technology?
Pedagogical.
Yeah.
I'm not an academician, so probably it's not my expertise to talk about pedagogical approach. But I think again, just to make sure that the key success factors of good online education is adhered to, and I think to me, from my reading and my interaction with universities, there are a few key factors that we need to make sure of in order to deliver a good quality education. Right. Number one is of course the overall policy and all that, making sure that the overall policy at the institutional level supports online education. Number two will be in terms of making sure that the expertise in terms of the lecturers, they are properly trained in, let's say, digital instructional design, content creation, as well as the university also need to train the support staff providing the support services to the lecturers as well as students. And of course, number 3 is to make sure that the students are supported as far as possible to create their own conducive learning environments, because different students have different coming from a different background. Maybe some students are lucky enough to have their own room in their home with good internet coverage, but some other students may be less privileged. They are sharing their room with maybe 4 other siblings, and even have to share their devices with the other siblings and all that. So we've seen this happen. So I think the institution, maybe together with the ministry, need to work cohesively to support the students in making sure that they have this access to a conducive learning environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing this perspective, which I feel is quite important and relevant in trying to ensure access to quality education despite the disruption time we are in. Dr. Michael, any response on this?
Firstly, thanks to the questioner, I think, who has identified a notable issue here. If I can be partisan for a minute, there is some really good scholarship on technology-enhanced learning. I'm editor-in-chief of an international journal on technology-enhanced learning called Research in Learning Technology. And a number of the case studies that we publish engage with these issues. So the first thing I'd say to anyone working in higher education, teaching in higher education in the pandemic era, is acquaint yourself with scholarship on technology enhanced learning. There's a large amount of very credible journals out there, some really interesting scholarship from a range of theoretical perspectives. So much of this information is open source or available through your university. So I would say, look, engage with the research community in technology enhanced learning, because the more that research is seen to have applied value, the greater its value, as well as just the circulation and the progression of scholarship. Moreover, I think, look, for many of us, if we had a traditional university in education, we filed into lecture halls and were spoken to for an hour by our professors. That's really hard online because it's so soporific. And, I've sat down there in front of a screen and I find it really hard to stay engaged because you have other distractions and you're not in the room. To pick up on a point that Nick just made, this summer I had an undergraduate student supporting me in some research I was doing. And when we met, her 8-year-old brother was regularly running in the room, making unscheduled appearances. There is very little you can do in this world about precocious 8-year-old brothers. So I think what we need to do is think, well, look, the traditional lecture is simply not going to work in the same way in an online medium. So let's stop doing them. Let's break classes down into smaller component parts. Let's bring opportunities for student engagement into that, so that we factor in the deterministic effects of the medium. We use the scholarship that's being written right here and now to build continuous enhancement into our own provision. We can make a good job of this, but I don't think we'll make that good job by simply relocating what we've always done face-to-face into the online environment. But thank you for the question, which I think latches onto an important issue.
Okay, thank you so much for this response. Again, Dr. Michael, there was a question specifically referred to you by Doria Abdullah. She said she agreed with you that it needs a lot of time and effort to deliver lectures. At the same time, it's the same for the students, like as students too, in terms of learning wise. But how do we spot students that are emotionally, distraught or have some emotional challenges, or probably even groups beyond those that have emotional issues? How do you spot them? Since we agree that it needs a lot of time, the barriers and so on to come up with the lectures. At the same time, learning wise, students need to put a lot of effort for them to comprehend, to understand, digest these lectures and become informed out of them. How do we deal with those students that have emotionally challenged or emotionally drugged students? How can we spot them?
First, my thanks to Doria. The very simple answer, I think, is it's very difficult. So if I can, at the risk of anecdote, if I can go back to the situation I outlined, I went from having 46 students in a cohort to having 300 students in a cohort. That heavily compromises your ability to give pastoral support, because if you look at the volume of assessment you've got, the teaching commitments you've got, I don't see how you can do that in the orthodox way. And I think, therefore, one of the interesting things again to come out of the pandemic is, what is your institution like? You know, so what is student support like, perhaps not at that individual module level, but at the entire university level? What's available in terms of student support and counselling? And I think increasingly, that's a difficult point to assess. Again, my experience is very UK centric, but in the time I've been working in the system, we've gone over to essentially a privatized higher education system. I was state supported through my undergraduate study, which was hugely important because I came from a single parent immigrant family. But now, you know, it's a massive investment, and students are paying a lot of fees, and universities, which I think are increasingly corporate in how they operate, have to be very mindful of their expenditure. So my personal sense is that in recent years we've been tending to scale down or to kind of sell off things like counseling support to then vendors, to secondary organizations. And I think emotionally distraught students, absolutely. And when people have invested education, if they then kind of cut adrift and left to get on with it, that's pretty appalling when we consider what people are investing in this, both financially and personally. So for me, recognizing the limits that are always going to be there applicable to an individual lecturer, let's look at the institutional infrastructure. Let's make sure we have support systems in place, counseling systems in place, so that students can access what they need when they need it. My personal sense, this is one sense in which we may have fallen short in the era of the pandemic. The question is important, and thank you for having asked it.
Okay, thank you so much for this response on how we can support this type of students in our tertiary education system or in our tertiary institutions. My next question is going more specifically to Bilal. I'm glad to know that you are from the founding team. You are one of the founding team of Khan Academy. Can you share some principles that made digital education successful, which higher education institutions and academics can adapt and adopt?
So thank you for the question. So for Khan Academy, it was the early days of content creators like Sal to realize that they could reach a global audience at a very low cost. So making the marginal cost for making a video for one individual was the same as for whoever has access to connectivity and devices anywhere. So, but the insights that came with that was that you didn't need, like Sal used to say himself, was that if Bill Gates had approached him and said that you teach well and here's a lot of here are resources to create content for students, he would have made he would have made different content. But because he was making videos to really support his cousin who was struggling in math initially, he, like as they say in the US, he cut to the chase and just focused on the content itself, on the insights, on the learning insights themselves, and used humor and empathy, voice empathy, to engage his cousin. So those were the insights, and the content went viral as a result. So the online space, I would say, in conclusion, is primarily about how you can engage learners remotely, and that has a lot to do with bringing empathy in the space, because you're not physically and you're in the in immediate proximity of your learners. You don't have the luxury of reading their body language. So you have to bring it through your voice and reading their voice. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us some of those principles that we can adapt and adopt in our tertiary institutions. Now, we have another very, I think, good questions from Afmas Chan. The questions goes, those who are underprivileged areas are still lacking the current technology, simple as online class. His question is, how can we improve on those areas to achieve in digital education indispensable? How can we assist, or how can we address this challenge? We have a lot of people, I mean, in a lot of certain areas that are still having it very difficult to attend common classroom sessions, online, and column and to access even materials sometimes, I mean, YouTubes and so on. So how can we improve those areas to really achieve digital learning to make it more accessible to everyone? And this is a question to the floor, but I believe Mr. Naik will have one or two things to add coming from industry.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think this is a critical question. I think all governments all over the world are trying to find the best solution to this, trying to work with the industry, looking for better technology and all that. But it's not going to be resolved anytime soon, the technology, because despite all the advances, I think access needs to be created, needs to be made available in order for the content to reach the students. And I know, like in Malaysia, the government has been working very hard to make sure that access, even if it cannot be delivered individually to each household, at least it can be delivered to the community, because in Malaysia, almost all rural communities, they have like the local internet center. They call it Pusat Internet Desa, or the rural internet center, and plus other centers that the government has access to. So the government has been strengthening or improving access to these different centers, so the students can go to these centers during their learning time. But of course, it's not as convenient as having it in your own home, right? So access technology, I think if you read about the technology, a lot of progress is being made in terms of 3G, 4G, 5G and all that, but it will take time. It will take time, especially in developing nations. I'm sure in the UK it's not a big problem because from what I heard, access is available everywhere in good speed and all that. But in some other countries, maybe it will remain an issue for the next maybe 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Bilal, you have anything to share with us on how we can achieve this digital learning, especially looking at we have a lot of underprivileged group who are still having difficulty in access to internet and simple learning materials. Is there any way we can do better?
Yeah, I mean, in infrastructure challenge settings, one can provide one-to-many access by, using, this is an experiment we're doing at Noon Academy, is to go in with a projector and one high, broadband internet access, and have a facilitator be present. That can, so you have a competent teacher somewhere else in an urban center, and you're in a rural setting, for example, and you're supporting a classroom, and this facilitator is not that capable of a teacher, but they can at least facilitate this group of learners to engage with this educator who's sitting somewhere else. So that's one way we're doing it. So you can get around the infrastructure constraints that exist. And then the other aspect is just unleashing basically social entrepreneurship. So raising a new breed of educators that know how to use technology. So we're already at the realm where there's lots of content. There are technological platforms, both the software and the devices available. So if you know how to use them, I think that's worthy collateral for lending institutions to finance these kinds of teachers to be able to get the technology to be schools in and of themselves. So they can, you should be able to get like 30 tablets and a laptop and get connectivity and go out and get plugged into a village somewhere and bring the comprehension level of all the students in that village up to a certain level. And we experienced that when I was at Khan Academy. We experienced this, that because you don't have a window into what is going on in children's lives, and once you engage them in a personalized manner, and the children overcome the gaps in comprehension that they're facing, they very quickly catch up to their peers. And when they realize that, because the system otherwise is branding them as being subpar underperformers, and once they become confident that that's not the case, then they catch up and they race ahead. So that would be my response. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Michael, I believe in the United Kingdom, you have gone far in terms of digital learning, even before the coming of a pandemic. Can you share with us if there are things we can do better to improve access to digital education, especially with this underprivileged group that are still having challenges on access to digital education? It seems to become inevitable.
Question for me is political. Yes, I think not only am I UK-centric, I think I may be London-centric too. And my sense is that there are rural areas of the United Kingdom that don't have the same level of connectivity that I take for granted, being based in London and the Southeast. I think it's a political question because I don't see how it can be solved within national boundaries. I think it has to be cross-national to create that smooth connectivity globally. We have the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that make various commitments for raising the standard of living in core respects by 2030. The rhetoric surrounding those is always warm. I'm less convinced at this stage by delivery, though they are works in progress with a 2030 deadline. One further point I'd make, which is directly pertinent to the point the questioner is making, and I think it is a political point about how resources get allocated internationally. I recently had a paper accepted, which is a survey of research on virtual learning environments. Now, this is a kind of a standard platform, a standard product that universities use worldwide to deliver education online. The virtual learning environment, Moodle or Blackboard or various other vendors, those vendors are almost entirely based in affluent countries. So the United States, Australia, lesser extent the UK. And inevitably, therefore, those products, those platforms reflect Western pedagogy. So even if we actually distribute the products, those products are not contextually aligned to the pedagogical practices in other areas of the world. So I think we have significant challenges both in conquering those internet access problems worldwide. I don't think the capacity is lacking. I think the political will is lacking. And even if we cross that hurdle, we then have to recognize that the products we currently work with themselves reflect pedagogical models which are culturally specific. And I don't think the products that we provide in higher ed are sufficiently attuned to each cultural context. I think it's going to be a major problem in the decade ahead.
I just want to, if I may, take a minute to add to what Michael just said. So I worked at Khan Academy and at Modo, two different ed tech platforms, and both came out of Silicon Valley, California. And although they had a user base that was global, when you really looked at the traffic, it was mostly English speaking. So to Michael's point, and even though the need very much in the world for education is, for example, for right to left scripts, the user interface is different. And so, speaking of cultural context, so Noon Academy, for example, came out of the Middle East, and its first script was a right to left script, and which was culturally very meaningful for the region. And it doesn't matter what language you're teaching in. So that was very helpful. And one of the other areas that I forgot to mention earlier is that we've got a student mentorship program going on, where we are engaging students especially students from marginalized backgrounds through us by just calling them and finding out and keeping them motivated, emotionally motivated, and keeping track of what goals they want out of life. So providing them college counseling and career counseling. So that's one way we're trying to bridge this gap till internet and device access becomes ubiquitous. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for this response. We have another question that is somehow related to this question, and it's for all the panels. The person asking the question wrote, what can it be done to make online education more sustainable from the perspective of instructional design, educational technologies, to speed of adaptation? Because even in the urban society or urban communities, it has low intake. So it's about how can we make this sustainable through, instructional design as well as educational technology point of view to speed up the adoption process. Because looking at it now, this is something that has come to stay. So the faster we adopt it, the better for the system. The longer we delay the adoption of the online or digital learning, the more it affects our education system. So how fast can we make this more sustainable? It's for all the flow. Dr. Michael, you may share with us.
I think the limited context within which I work, it is sustainable. I mean, I started teaching online modules before I was at King's College London. I was at the Open University, which is a distance learning university in the UK. So I was teaching online modules from around 2003, 2004. So within that very limited cultural context, it has shown its sustainability. So from that admittedly privileged position, the question for me now becomes one of how do we build continuous enhancement into online education? Because in the end, look, we've got a system that just about works. The VLE is a content repository. We can host webinars using platforms such as these. Do we then just say, well, that's adequate and hold, which I think is not an adequate approach, but we could see how we could do that. How do we move from that to make online learning better and better? How do we build continuous enhancement into it? That leads me back to the earlier point I was making, and I would recommend attendees, look, there are some first-class journals out there now that focus on technology enhanced learning. For reasons of fairness, I will leave out completely the journal that I'm the editor-in-chief of, and would say to attendees, look, you know, take a look at computers and education, take a look at the internet and higher education, take a look at learning, media and technology. These are all, you know, there's a plethora of really good journals out there of current scholarship on technology enhanced learning, and let's, as a community of educators, engage with that scholarship with the very clear aim of building continuous enhancement into our practice. And as the online learning modality becomes the norm in higher education, let's just commit, as we would to any research project, about how we enhance, how we learn, and yeah, how we progress as a community. I would, in fact, I would encourage attendees to think, well, look, you're all here in a form of online learning now. You know, rather than simply be a consumer, become a producer of research in technology enhanced learning. I think the more voices we have in this space, the better. And again, the more culturally diverse voices we have in this space, the better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing this insightful experience. Mike, if you have anything to share with us on how to make digital learning more sustainable?
Yes, thank you. Maybe I can add a bit to that. Sustainability. Okay. I also think that to some extent it has, in Malaysia at least, it has reached some level of sustainability. Last year, we worked with Coursera to offer free courses to Malaysians. And we saw that the take-up was quite good, considering it was the first time we were promoting Coursera to the general public. I think we got almost around 16,000 people signing up for the courses, and close to 5,000 actually completed at least one module. So in terms of interest, I think if there is good content, then the take-up will be there because the demand is there, and we just need to curate this content and promote it to the public accordingly. Having said that, I think on another note is that what we noticed since the onset of COVID, that universities, they tend to focus on creating their own content. I think going forward, this may not necessarily be the case or the only option going forward, because more and more we see that from our observation of what's happening across the world, a number of universities are starting to formalize their arrangement with online learning entities such as Coursera or maybe even Noon Academy, so that the university will not have to come up with their own content, especially for those content which are, you know, fast moving or fast changing. So rather than putting their resources to creating their own content, then the lecturer can be put to other good uses, such as, like Professor Flavin mentioned, doing more research on what are the technologies and best practices related to online learning. So and also the university, in order to you know make this more sustainable, they can also start to work more with industry to start creating or curating their own content, maybe in the form of formal curriculum, as well as in the form of micro credentials. For all you know, the industry already have their content, which just waiting to be transferred into a format acceptable to the institutions. We know because being intermediary between the actual industry players and the university, we have been promoting interaction between the university and industry to create micro credentials to be offered by the university. We have last year in 2020, we created 3 modules between industry player, tech player, and one of our university. And this year, we are looking at creating more content, more micro-credential content in collaboration with between industry and university. So this is going to be, we are seeing this as a good potential to create good quality content, which is acceptable by both industry and the university. So in this way, by working together with industry players, by working together with online education entities, the university can make this more sustainable and speed up the adoption rate of their content courses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We are running out of time. Though we have 10 minutes, but we still have 3 important questions that maybe we'll answer them as brief as we can. While we are talking about this digital learning, online learning, and the disruptive technology, there are also issues of concern related to quality assurance and quality assessment in teaching and learning. How can we deal with this? There are 2 different things, quality assurance and quality assessment. And definitely quality assurance and quality assessment has a lot of impact on this digital learning. How can we address this issue? Dr. Michael, you have something to share with us?
Look, I suppose when you were saying the question, it made me think of one of the prompts for this session, which was a quote from the Vice President of India saying online education cannot be a substitute for conventional classroom learning. I don't want to get the wrong side of the Vice President of India. I'm sure he or she has many qualities, and nor do I wish to take their remarks out of context. But I think that question is fundamentally misconceived. And it's fundamentally misconceived because it presupposes a vertical division between the two. And I think for me, the key point to come out of this session, and a lot of my thinking recently, is face-to-face and online are different modalities. And because of that, it's simply not correct to subject them to like-for-like comparison. And it's simply not correct to view online learning through the lens of traditional face-to-face. And so in the UK, we have institutionalized quality assurance systems. We have the Quality Assurance Agency, which is in effect a constabulary for the higher education sector, and it conducts regular inspections of institutions to see that they reach certain quality thresholds. Now, I think most educational systems can create a body of that kind if they don't have it already. So you can approach online learning as a distinct modality in its own right and say, well, look, what are the quality assurance processes that we need to have to be reputationally confident in this? And then I think, as for assessment, well, to date in the pandemic era, we took the assessment that was there from face-to-face provision and moved it online, and we have secured submission systems. My sense is that's surmountable. But I think the real way to approach this is to not think of online learning as a subset of or in relation to face-to-face learning, see it as a modality in its own right, and construct quality assurance systems that treat it as a separate modality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have 3 minutes, and I will use these 3 minutes to give 1 minute to each of the panelists. Give us takeaway. What are the good practices that you can share with us, which are effective to promote learning through digital education? The takeaways. I will start with Dr. Bilal. What are the takeaways you can give us that you think can promote learning through digital education out of this conversation and your experience as well?
Thank you. We're at a stage where we have ample content available, so it's we need to incentivize a new breed of educators to emerge who know how to leverage this content and curate this content, and then be able to engage students in an effective manner, become more familiar with how they can use platforms to provide more differentiated support. So we're moving towards moving away from a one-size-fit-all way of delivering education to a more personalized way of education, and all educators should be encouraged to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Coming tonight, share with us the takeaways from these conversations and your experience as well, the things that you feel can improve education through digital learning.
Thank you. First of all, I think I will just say that I've learned a lot from Dr. Musharraf and Flavin. Thank you. So my key takeaways from this session is that each of the player in this digital education needs to play their role effectively. For the institution, again, they need to put priority and come up with a clear strategic direction to support digital education. So this is in terms of providing the necessary resources, even to the extent of creating a dedicated unit within the university to support the implementation of the digital online learning. Number two is also to make sure that the staff are properly having the right expertise. So probably need to provide digital instructional design and content creation training for the lecturers. For the students, need to support them, help them to create the conducive learning environment, and to also to make sure that the students take care of their mental health. They need to keep active and healthy, keep interacting with nature. Don't just remain indoors, just facing the computer, right? So that's about it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Michael. Share with us the takeaways.
Okay, look at where we are now. Look, we're in this online platform and we're from all over the world. In order to attend this session, I started teaching at 7:30 a.m. London time. So you're very fortunate that I'm not still in my pajamas and eating honey nut cornflakes. So look, there is an incredible opportunity for cross-cultural fertilization in the online space. And if we're really serious about what higher education and education can do, we have extraordinary global problems. The problems of the 21st century are not going to get sorted within national boundaries. You look at climate change, forced migration, bring bright young people together from different contexts to engage with these problems at various levels, because this is what the online modality affords. It creates a phenomenal opportunity for diversity. I was very grateful to be asked to come along this morning, and the next time I come along, we may even have a panel that's not 100% male. So I would say take away greater diversity, greater cross-fertilization of ideas.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response to the Q&A session. Before I hand over mic to Prof. Ashapa to wrap up the discussion, on behalf of the organizing committee, I apologize to our panelists for the technical kickoff. These are things that are quite beyond our control, so we apologize for any inconveniences. I will hand over the mic to Prof. Abdullah Musa Ashapa for the closing remarks of this session on digital education as part of the Global Higher Education Forum 2021. Over to you, Prof. Abdullah Musa Ashapa, to wrap up the session with 1 or 2 sentences. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Muftau. We want to thank our panelists. And from this panel, we're able to look at what the intersection of disruptive technology and global outbreak means for higher education and teaching and learning, how this situation enhances valuable intellectual property, etc., as well as some of the recommendations with regard to policy issues. And in this case, we can say that this discussion is very incisive, very enriching and engaging, while also being very instructive, with a lot to be learned by students, by lecturers, by higher education institutions, as well as policy makers for effective sustainability of this transformation in higher education system in this disruptive era and even beyond. So we want to thank our panelists, Nick Mohammed Nasruddin, the head digital talent pipeline tertiary digital skill Malaysia, Dr. Michael Flavin, senior lecturer in global education at the King's College London, as well as Mr. Bilal Musharraf, the vice president partnership, Noon Academy London. This discussion was, want to say, very robust and engaging, and a lot to learn. We want to thank our participants for these interesting questions that have provoked most of the discussion, that enriched the discussion, as well as made it enlightening. For you, Dr. Moftau, who anchored the question and answer sessions, we want to thank you most sincerely and wish that we meet again at the next Global Higher Education Forum conference, maybe 2024 or 2023. So on this note, we want to thank all of you for this opportunity and for knowing ourselves at least with this opportunity. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Thank you to the panelists and to the moderator for the discussion just now. All right, so for now, we'll take a short tea break. CPD points are also available for this session. The links will be provided in the chat box. Please be aware that there are two links. One is for the CPD points and another one is for the certificate. QR code will also be displayed on screen for the participants. The closing ceremony will start at 4:15 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you.
Welcome back, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'd like to call upon the chairperson of the organizing committee of the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021, Dr. Wan Chang Da, to say a few words. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us for the last 2 days, and we've come to the last session. Thank you for this opportunity to be sharing this a little bit of a summation to what has happened to the Global Higher Education Forum. Not only the last 2 days, but over the last 2 months with a number of other pre-events that was organized in conjunction to the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021 this year. Let me just shed in quickly on this. The theme of this year's Global Higher Education Forum is about disruption and this the era of disruption and the way forward and higher education at the crossroads. In fact, this theme of disruption was actually conceived way before the COVID-19 pandemic took place. It began actually the discussion about focusing on this disruption was very much motivated by some of the developments and the discussion in the context of higher education back in 2019, when the talk about returning to human touch and the humanity of higher education, as well as the development that was rapidly taking place by the industry 4.0. And at the same time, it's also this this focus to strengthen on moving higher education towards achieving the sustainable development goals. And very much that discussion was what motivated the theme of this Global Higher Education Forum in 2019. And as the preparation for the Global Higher Education Forum was taking place, every one of us were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Higher education institutions were literally put to a stop. A lot of teaching and learning has to be adjusted at a very short notice, and it has created a different form of disruption on top of what the initial organizers have in mind when we begin to talk about disruption back in 2019. And subsequent to that as well, there's a lot of political, economic, social, and even geopolitical developments has taken place over the last couple of days. As we all know, politically, there are significant disruptions happening in this country. Geopolitically, we also want to take this opportunity to extend our prayers and to our friends and colleagues from Afghanistan, who is currently going through some difficult moments, especially in the universities. In fact, at the last Global Higher Education Forum in 2018, the Deputy Minister of Education from Afghanistan was one of the panelists who was in our midst to share about developments and about some of what Afghanistan higher education is taking place. And as we all know, the development in Afghanistan over the last 2 days has perhaps disrupted a lot of what higher education institutions and students are going through in Afghanistan. And that presents to us how rapid and how chronic this disruptions is on higher education happening in our midst on a daily or even weekly and monthly basis. And that pretty much sum up the changes. And this is also one of the very first time in the 7th edition of the Global Higher Education Forum that because of the pandemic situation, it has to be postponed a couple of times. And as well as for the very first time, we have to organize and to run the Global Higher Education Forum on a virtual mode instead of the usual face-to-face physical conference and forums that we used to enjoy and to get to mingle around and get to know each other apart from the formal discussions that we have. So this is the form of disruption that is shaping higher education. We are all in this together as we adapt to the new normal in this. Over the last 2 days, we have the opportunity to listen to very eminent keynote speakers. Emeritus Professor Jeffrey Scott began our first keynote by redefining the wicked problem and the crisis and reminding us that crisis is actually an opportunity for us to take stock and to rethink and how we want to move forward. And underlying that message is the need for leadership, the need for a values-driven change and the capabilities of work for us to rethink what would be the kind of work-ready class graduates in the context of higher education. And subsequent to that, Dr. Yuko Harayama really brought us back by reminding us the need to put society and human back into whatever development that we're talking about. Sharing from her experience in the Society 5.0 in Japan that transformed technology-driven to be human-centered with values of openness, sustainability, and inclusiveness, given us valuable insights into rethinking not only the policy, but also the practices that is happening within higher education. How can we bring back or strengthen the human-centered values in higher education? And this morning, we had a distinguished professor, Dr. Raja Rasya, who talks about another dimension of universities, that is the role of universities in knowledge and the innovation system, and how that institutions that we have all been talking over the last 2 days, how can it innovate and to be more sustainable and more innovative in economic and financial sense, and reminding us that the universities not only has a purpose to develop the next generation of talent and workforce for our economy, but essentially the university is also the institutions that deals with knowledge in our society. And over the last 2 days, we have very eminent panelists in this Global Higher Education Forum that deliberates and discuss a number of interrelated issues, beginning with the first panel on future talent and workforce, and followed by the technical vocational education and training sections, and followed by 2 other panels this morning, and this just the session before us on entrepreneurship in the morning, and also the digital education. Although they may seem to be a standalone topic, but essentially they all are interrelated, and they all links towards bringing up issues and themes for us to reconsider. What is the preparation needed for our future talent and workforce? What is the role of digital education? As Dr. Flavin just in the earlier session talks about, right? It's very important for us not to think of digital education as a substitute to face-to-face, but essentially to look at the challenges as well as its potential as another form of modality that higher education can leverage on. And the earlier session talking about entrepreneurship, essentially reminding us that it's not just about venture creation or starting a business, but entrepreneurship in the context of higher education should extend beyond those simplistic economic business definition, but in fact to begin looking into entrepreneurial mindsets of our future graduates and their capability to take risks and to innovate for the future. And that is very much essentially one of the key characteristics and capabilities that we should all be thinking about our future talent and workforce from the universities. The session on technical vocational education and training has also shown some potential for universities not to be in silo, but to begin to bridge as a potential bridge to work with, to develop further programs, perhaps with the technical and vocational institutions, as well as to learn from these institutions the way in which the engagement with industry and the development and the preparation of the future workforce and talent can be adapted, not fully copied into the higher education context, but in fact to appreciate and to understand some of the principles behind that industry engagement and linkages that the universities can further develop in terms of looking into what is practiced. And as I mentioned before, the global higher education, this 7 global higher education forum is not just what we have listened and participated over the last 2 days. In fact, we even have 3 GHEF events that is we have in partnership with the Department of Youth and Sports at the Ministry of Ministry of Youth and Sports in Malaysia to organize a youth symposium where about 80 students and as well as youth related organizations participated in a symposium, in a discussion. And we also have another symposium on a women's symposium that was done in collaboration with the Department of Women Development under the Ministry of Women and Family Development, as well as we have the academic conference that was just 2 weeks ago, where 44 papers and 2 this panel discussion has taken place. And these are some of the highlights that I would like to also share, because they also construct as part of the larger discussion that this Global Higher Education Forum seeks to debate and discuss. And the first one is from the symposiums. It has helped us to identify and also to point out some of the issues and the thoughts for us to consider in terms of, first of all, the development of our future talent and workforce, issues related to employability, entrepreneurship, the values and the capabilities and the mindsets that we seek to develop in our future talents and our workforce, the need for guidance and mentoring, as well as access to higher education for minority groups and for specific pockets of groups within our society. These are some of the pertinent issues that we need to constantly be thinking about as we think about what is the disruption in this higher education and how higher education can respond to that. At the same time, it has also help us to understand a lot more about some of the practices that is happening in higher education, some of the leadership issues, some issues related to inclusiveness, especially from a gender perspective, the lack of role model, the lack of support given to, for example, women in academia, and to also to closer the gender gap in the context of higher education for both not only the academics, but it's also for the students as well as some of the gaps in terms of support and facilities that will be helpful to support and to for the actors in the higher education to respond to the disruption and the changes that is happening around us. And from this, the voices of the youth, the women, and also from the academics itself, it also suggests the need to reorientate some of what the purpose of higher education is all about. There's a panel that specifically talk about the need for higher education to be socially responsible, the need for higher education institutions to refocus on its role as a societal institutions. And there's also a need to re-navigate that focus on to be concerned for the students and the faculties, the people within our higher education institution, especially in these difficult times of disruption. And last, some of the voices is actually from research-based insights from the papers that was presented, and many of the papers presented also comes with suggestion, recommendations, and solutions for which we help us to think about this disruption in the context of higher education. The organizing committee from the Global Higher Education Forum is currently working with these papers. Some of these papers will be translated will be gathered and turned into chapters of books and also in journals of special issues journals from subsequently coming out from this Global Higher Education Forum. So in the nutshell, is higher education at a crossroad? Perhaps that question needs to be further thought about. Is higher education in a desperate situation? This is an opportunity to rethink, as Professor Jeffrey Scott started the first keynote. Let's not waste this opportunity. The crisis is an opportunity for us to take stock and to rethink about this. And some of the discussions over the last 2 days, as well as the pre-GHEF events, have highlighted the need for higher education to rethink its purpose in a larger context of our society, as well as the role of universities in doing this. And the three main functions of universities in terms of educating and preparing the future generation, in terms of research, in terms of research and knowledge creation for our society, and the last but not least is that connectivity to our society remains at heart in this rethinking process. There are a lot of questions that has been talked about throughout the last 2 days, questioning what we are doing in terms of teaching and preparing the next generation. How should we be doing? Why are we doing that? Or when should we be doing? Among one of the most obvious questions related to employability and as well as on entrepreneurship is we should not wait until the very last moment before the students leave the university to start talking about that. In fact, we should be talking about development of these characteristics, this mindset as an ongoing continuous process the moment students step into higher education institutions and continue throughout the students' time with the institution as part of an ongoing education process that the students is going through. The questions about research, although not very much focus on that, but the keynote this morning also raised some questions for us to consider the role of the universities as a knowledge institution within the larger innovation ecosystem of the country, as an engine for economic growth. What is the role of the university? How can university continue to strengthen that role, and to what extent should that be strengthened for? These are some of the rethinking questions that that leaves us to be considering. And last but not least is that human-centeredness needs to come back into that discussion. In the midst of all this disruption, it is ultimately the humans within the higher education, the students, the faculties, and everyone involved are the center of that rethinking process. And perhaps this is also the time for policymakers, university leaders, academics, students, and even the public itself to begin this rethinking process. University is no more, should not be in a silo to rethink this, but it's a time for various stakeholders to come on board to actively deliberate on this. The Global Higher Education Forum has raised many pertinent questions, and perhaps we will leave these questions as we begin to look forward and to think and to strategize as higher education moves forward from this point or this crossroad, as the team has put it. And I will take this opportunity to also, as the chairman of the organizing committee, I wish to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to the joint organizers of the 7th Global Higher Education Forum, the Ministry of Higher Education and University Science Malaysia, specifically the Department of Higher Education and Governance Division, the public universities in the Ministry of Higher Education, as well as various entities within University Science Malaysia, who has contributed immensely to the development of this and the successful organizing of this 7th Global Higher Education Forum. Among them, the Vice Chancellor's Office, the Center for Instructional Technology and Multimedia, PTPM, the Center for Knowledge, Communication and Technology, PPKT, the Media and Public Relations Center, MPRC. And we also want to take this opportunity to thank our co-organizers, the International Islamic University of Malaysia, University Tun Abdul Razak, UniRazak, Segi University, Asia Pacific University, Kaduna State University, Nigeria, Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility, and our partners as well, Xiamen University Malaysia of Computer Science and Engineering, the HED Foundation, the Higher Education Research Association, as well as Pendapat, and also two of our strategic partners who were together with us to organize the symposiums, the Women and the Youth Symposium, the Department of Women Development at the Ministry of Women and Family Development, as well as the Department of Youth and Sports in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And we also take this opportunity to express our gratitude for our keynote speakers, all panelists and moderators who have contributed immensely to the wonderful discussion we had over the last 2 days. Their views, their experts, knowledge, and their insights have provoked a lot of thinking, a lot of food for thought for us as we bring forward from here. And lastly, I just want to take this opportunity to also thank colleagues in the National Higher Education Research Institute, including our Associate Research Fellows who have played a major role in terms of successfully organizing this. And lastly, I would just also take this opportunity to express our thanks and our gratitude to Professor Hazri Jamil, who was the former director of the National Higher Education Research Institute, as well as the organizing chairperson before me, who has laid the groundwork very well for me to take over this, that leads to what we have achieved in terms of organizing this conference. And thank you very much to Professor Hazri for laying the groundwork on that. And with that note, I thank you very much, and this sums up what we have over the last 2 months for the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wan Changda.
Moving on, I am pleased to have the Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Husaini bin Omar, Director General of Higher Education from the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, to deliver his speech and closing the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021. Please welcome Datuk Professor Dr. Husaini bin Omar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Professor Dr. Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan, Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, Dr. Wan Chanda, Director of the National Higher Education Research Institute, distinguished guests from various institutions, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Department of Higher Education Malaysia, and a warm welcome to all. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizers and participants of the Global Higher Education Forum, or GHEF 2021, for making this event a success. I have been informed that this two-day forum has witnessed the deliberation of innovative ideas in relation to the theme of Disruptive Era Higher Education at the Crossroads. I believe that all participants have gained valuable input from the distinguished guest speakers who have shared their expert views, experiences, inspirations, and insight relevant to the development of higher education. It is hoped that the intellectual discourse among the scholars and researchers will be adopted by all higher education institutions to further improve the design and future direction of the global higher education landscape. Ladies and gentlemen,
We are living in an extremely challenging time due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on a study which was published in the Education for Global Development as of the 28th of March 2020, the pandemic has caused more than 1.6 billion children and youth to be out of school in 161 countries. This figure is close to 80% of the world enrolled students. To address this challenge, higher education needs to be made more dynamic in order to move in tandem with the robust changes caused by the pandemic. This task can be better managed with the participation and contribution from us in the higher education sector. Additionally, we need to forge alliances with governments, industry, and communities to effectively chart the way forward for higher education. During the crisis, many countries have been utilizing digital tools to facilitate virtual exchanges between students and teachers. Despite the advances made in teaching and learning, it has not gone unnoticed that students of a certain demographic struggle to keep up due to limited access of such tools. In instances such as these, fogging and expediting collaborative efforts is much needed. Perhaps more alliances among higher education institutions at forums such as the GHEF 2021 can improve the teaching and learning of the vulnerable groups. Ladies and gentlemen, forums utilizing online platforms are an important avenue for us to ensure the continuity of higher education and discuss the way forward to improve the state of higher education. We must fully utilize such platforms to maximize the opportunity to discuss, plan and implement joint research and publication activities, as well as execute plans to improve the well-being of the society that we live in. I learned that during the COVID-19 pandemic, academics globally have managed to organize even more events compared to normal times. Many have taken the advantage of this newfound avenue to organize various beneficial programs. I strongly believe that GHEF will continue its success in developing the global higher education sector to be sustainable, sensitive to diverse needs, and accessible to all. It is important to remain in line with the United Nations' fourth Sustainable Development Goal on quality education. Before I end, I would like to once again extend my sincere appreciation to the joint organizers of GHEF 2021, namely the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, University Science Malaysia, and the National Higher Education Research Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, you have experienced a forum with back-to-back sessions these past 2 days. I am sure you are all looking forward to getting back to your other tasks and soon put into action some of the useful knowledge acquired from this forum. To our international friends, I sincerely hope that everyone will get an opportunity to visit Malaysia soon after the pandemic ends to experience our Malaysian culture. With that, I thank you all once again and please stay safe. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Datuk Professor Dr. Hussaini bin Omar for closing the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021.
As we bring our program to a close, we would like to express our gratitude to all honorable guests and participants for taking time out from your busy schedules to attend the 7th Global Higher Education Forum 2021 and making it a success. For one final time, we would like to remind everyone that CPD points are awarded for this session, and you can find the link in the chat box, including the attendance and also another one, which is the certificate of attendance for the whole Global Forum. We would also appreciate your feedback on the Global Higher Education Forum 2021 via the QR code that will be displayed on screen. That's all from us and the committee members. Please stay safe and have a nice day. Thank you and goodbye.